Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful and warm welcome for this time of morning. I can see this is going to be an excellent group. We're going to have a great time today. All right, I will invite you all to please stand for the playing of the national anthem. Please be seated. Okay, good morning again and welcome to the first, but not only, edition of the Strategic Synergy Conference. My name is Leanne Worrell, and I am so pleased to be your MC for the day. As we begin, I invite you to get started on your tabletop conversations. Now, you may be wondering what tabletop conversations are. Well, it's an opportunity to get to know the amazing people who are sitting right next to you, the amazing people in this room. So I want us to not get too relaxed, but chat with those at your table to get primed for today's content. You will find cards on each table with some questions, and we invite you to discuss the questions that are at your table for the next few minutes. All right? All right? Perfect. I'll see you again soon. I almost feel guilty for stopping these really amazing conversations I've been overhearing. Almost guilty. We still have to keep to time. All right, so I hope that by now you have met some of the great people sitting next to you if you didn't know them from before, and have shared a few ideas about how to even change some things in your culture or your organization from this evening or tomorrow. We now ask, so thank you, first of all, for engaging in that wonderful tabletop discussion. Give yourselves a round of applause. Great work. 10 out of 10 already. Okay, now for a moment that is a little bit more serious, I'm asking us all to stand for a moment of silence in remembrance of Director of Technology for Chadderton Research and Development, Mr. Corey Goddard, who passed away last year. So let's stand. May his soul rest in peace. Please be seated. In a few moments, you will notice the dimming of the lights as we invite you now to consider your own personal reflections, whether it is a word of prayer or an affirmation. We invite you to set your intentions for this event and connect with the energy of the brilliant people in this room. I see you want to clap and I see you want to dance. So clap and dance.
much, never too much.
In fact, I'd argue that applause is never too much. All right. Let us move on swiftly. All right. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite Dion Harris, founder and strategy lead of Chadderton Research and Development, to deliver the formal welcome. Let's welcome Mrs. Harris.
I forgot to put on my entrance heels. Anyhow, good morning to all of you. And what an absolute privilege it is to stand here and welcome you to Strategic Synergy Conference, the first of many to come. I want to start by welcoming the team from St. Kitts and Nevis who are joining us remotely today. Good morning, TDC. This is a moment I have been looking forward to. And if the energy in this room is any indication, we are already off to a stellar start. To our incredible speakers who have traveled, and I want to thank you for bringing your brilliance to our shores. You are the best. And to each and every one of you in this room, welcome. You are here because you believe in something bigger than business as usual. Just as we do, you believe in our slogan, growing on purpose, because real success does not just happen to organizations. It happens through intention. So thank you for walking this path with us today. Now, I often think what makes an organization truly unstoppable. Some might say it is a clear vision. Others might argue it's substantial resources or maybe groundbreaking innovation. But the truth is, success is never the result of just one factor. It is a seamless alignment of multiple elements working in harmony. And this is the essence of strategic synergy, aligning culture, technology, and leadership. When these three pillars are in sync, businesses outpace competition. But even the best laid plans can fall apart. And while 80% of leaders believe their company excels at crafting strategy, a document, only 44% feel confident in their ability to implement. It turns out that strategy without proper implementation or execution is just a fancy word for wish list. Is it because implementation is hard? Or is it because we're ignoring the right people who drive it forward? Absolutely. A brilliant plan means nothing if the people responsible for executing feel underprepared, unsupported, or overlooked. Executives cannot execute alone. They need their teams, and more importantly, they need their middle managers. Studies such as that conducted by business management expert Henry Mintzberg show that 60% of business leaders cite disengaged middle managers as a major roadblock to execution. And even though 80% of organizational change is implemented by them, that does not sound like a winning formula. Remember, your strategy is only as strong as your least prepared middle manager. And this is why today matters. At Chadderton Research and Development, we turn up our noses at half measures, and to do our part in revolutionizing the management space, and particularly that of new and emerging middle managers, we introduced our next level leadership program, a 6-week high-impact immersive training experience designed to transform emerging leaders into capable, confident, and influential managers. So, what can we expect today? By now, I hope you recognize it's plenty. You're in for a treat, with a morning session filled with thought-provoking lectures, tabletop conversations, and of course, our expert panel discussions. We have much in store for you today. For the data nerds, we see you. For the HR experts and managers, we see you too. For those who are leading customer service teams, we see you. And I'm sure we all agree that we're all in the business of customer service. All right? You'll gain hands-on tools during our afternoon workshops as we explore change management. But whenever we talk about growing on purpose, we must talk wellness. And so we are going to have some wellness conversations because well leaders cannot drive well teams and well organizations. Unwell leaders are. We'll take a sharp look at emerging risks and the shifting global landscape. We're not going to talk too much about the first world, but we have to include them. But we will be talking trends. We need to discover those trends in the external environment that are impacting our organizations. And this is why the tabletop conversations are so important. Nothing happens in a vacuum. There is magic in the connections that you'll forge today, so take advantage of the networking opportunities. Grab a speaker during the breaks. Debate why 2/3 of HR and IT functions misalign from corporate strategy. Swap stories with someone who's battled the same challenges. Your next breakthrough could start with a handshake. So in closing, I want to thank you, our speakers, for showing up. Thank you for being a part of the change you wish to see in the world. To our participants, thank you for showing up for yourselves. I encourage you to be present, to be engaged, and not afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. The more you put into today, the more you will get out. We appreciate you entrusting us with providing knowledge pertinent to your professional development. And remember, you can't adapt to changing business landscapes if you do not grow on purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dion, for those wonderful words and for opening us up with some real gems. We will now turn back to you at your tables for another round of tabletop conversations, which we will run for about 5 minutes. Oh, so for those who were a little late, who were Bajan on time, tabletop conversations are already located at your table. There are a suite of questions. We want you to share and engage with the people next to you using the questions that we have on your table. Number 2. Yes. I also wanted to let you know that you can find the agendas using the QR code that is also on your tabletop. Let's hear these conversations going. once again. Imagine my pain. Imagine my guilt as I ask you to finish those sentences and curtail those laughs. All right. Moving swiftly along, we have a piece for you to be delivered by Mr. Adrian Green, who is a writer, communication specialist, change artivist, and just an all-around good human. Let's welcome Mr. Adrian Green as he presents Middle Manager.
Good morning, everyone. How's it going so far? Fantastic. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. I would expect nothing less from Dion. She and I go way, way back. Class act from a long time. She ain't no star. Just in case, you know, Trace, how you doing? Good, 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 good. I see a lot of familiar faces in the place. So my name is Adrian, for those of you who don't know. I write poetry every now and again. And Dion asked me to do something specially for this occasion. So I'm going to do that first, and then I'm going to shift for something from a little deeper in my repertoire, which I think is appropriate. Oh, you can't hear me? How about that? That's better? Thank you. I appreciate you so much. That's what you call management. It will take next level leadership to lead any ship safely to harbor. We can't afford to harbor fears and doubts about the capacity of leadership in times like these, when you could find yourself totally off course, lost simply because your chosen course is off just by a few degrees. We need next level leadership at all levels to navigate rising levels in rough open seas, waves of challenges coming from overseas, to maintain stability when the tectonic plates from the global marketplace shift and rumble underneath our feet, disturbing the peace. A distant, disconnected leadership sky pelting down policies like rain from on high will keep us floored and grounded, unable to fly, unable to escape the collective oppressive atmosphere, and wondering why. But we in here have discovered that the cover of a competent multi-level leadership keeps us dry, driving forward through the fog and the haze. Here's to higher gears, shifting paradigms, new tiers with less tears at the top of the stairs to success. The sky is not the limit. Because for the limitless, possibilities are infinite. With next level leadership, let's get into it. This is not something you have to intuit, be born with, that you have or you don't have. Leadership is a science, not a fad. Welcome to the lab, where we will distill the essence of excellence, dissolve dissonance in theoretically sound solutions and practical wisdom, where we win some and learn some, but lose none, because all situations have the gift of a lesson in them. This is not the time to give up. It ain't late. Every indent is a groove. Catch the rhythm of the moment and move in time with the natural mystic's music. Listen so you can hear, look so you can see, reach so you can use it, and make your response strategic. Planning, putting every man in place where he can manage. With middle management so solid and surrounded by support and respect, so sure in the cockpit that there is no thought of crashing or hitting eject. All systems go, no delays in implementation, not a single case of neglect, a sense of purpose on target, duty never derelict. We rise even when it is our downfall that they expect. We have a style of leadership always on the lookout for what comes next. Level leadership. And that leadership, next level leadership, to my mind at least, you can let me know if you agree or not when I'm done. I see a little plug for some applause at the end, right? So, you know, that next level leadership is marked by a strong sense of belief, not only in self, but in the others that it leads and brings along with it. So it has a mindset kind of like this. In fact, you know what? I want you all to help me. Can you all speak along with me, please, if you don't mind? Yeah? Say, I am. Say, I am. Say, I am the epitome of victory, the name champion fits good. When I left me hanging. When I left me hanging. All right, let me do it. Y'all stick to the management, I can stick to the poetry. I am the epitome of victory, the name champion fits good to me. Challenges will not sit for me, but I stand firm in what I believe. And I believe I am the chief, the ruler of my destiny. You have not seen the best of me, cause my potential, it is yet to be revealed. But deep inside my heart, I know it's real. Cause deep inside me, something's turning like cornmeal. And deep inside, I can feel my emotions start to heal. For real, in this internal revolution, purifying mental pollution and intellectual illusions that cause more problems than solutions, this is the exclusion of that stinking thinking that had me blinking and wincing through life. Caught up in a comfort zone of quiet strife, walking and talking and breathing but barely alive. But I've survived to the surprise of guys who've used their eyes and searched the skies and looked for signs of my demise. But I've devised psychological devices and a spiritual foundation that can get me through each and every crisis. So even when the walls crumble and fall around me, my spirit still rises. And even in the midst of trouble, I can still give thanks and praises. But it amazes me how we can be so quick to quit and admit defeat. But I delete any thoughts that keep me locked in a box and feeling weak. So I got 4 strongs in a month, not 4 weeks. When a shark, they tried to hold me down, but they couldn't. Right back up I leap. So you will never hear me say that nothing is impossible or beyond my reach. And can't is a 4-letter cuss word that I blot out and bleep. Cause for too long, I've been walking through life fast asleep. For too long, I've been walking through life on somebody else's path like a sheep. Afraid to step out of the shallow end and step into the deep. Watching my dreams pass me by as I pine and I weep. But now I climb that steep hill called obstacles obstinately. There's no stopping me. Once I realize that my mind is my own property and I use it properly, I got to be what I want to be, so don't judge me by my present nor my past. Don't watch my face, my race, my color, nor my class. My pace may not seem to you to be very fast. But the race is not for the swift, it's for those who can last. And you don't know my cup overflows and I don't run out of gas. So just call me the Space Shuttle Challenger, cause I'm about to blast. But no matter how many times I burn and I crash, I will rise again like the phoenix from the ash. But not for fortune simply, nor for fame, but for the glory of the spirit within me. That's why I play to win this game. And I am frightened, and I am ashamed. Rising up is my middle name. Manage well, good people. Have a wonderful day.
One more time. He deserves it. I am sure that when you get back to work or Among your friends, you're going to be telling them that this was really the place to be. And they are going to feel extremely jealous when they found out all the wonderful things that you were able to experience. Is that correct? Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, people all, it is time for our first dynamic speaker, Miss Corinne Finney. With over 13 years of experience in organizational development across multiple sectors, Corinne specializes in government transformations, business disaster recovery, and aligning tertiary education with economic diversification. As the founder of 29 Degrees Institute, she empowers leaders through strategic guidance, workshops, and mentorship to drive resilience, collaboration, and sustainable impact. Please help me welcome Ms. Corinne Finney.
Good morning. Just checking now. Hi, the mic needs to be, okay. Okay. I'm just so grateful to be here and share some of the information that I know from my experience working both as a senior leader and as a consultant across a number of industries. So I hope the information that I share will inspire you to reconsider your role in the your role in the opportunities that transformation can afford to your organization as well as your team. Okay, so let's get started. Okay. So just to level set our understanding of what transformation or transition is, it's moving from our current state of what we know about our roles and our organization, our processes, and how we actually see ourselves at work and our teams. And it's moving into a new way of thinking and behaving, and sometimes obviously working with new tools and new processes, but as a leader, when you're working with your team through transformation, it's really about the emotional impact that the transition will have that we want to start to look at a little bit differently. Okay. So what is considered transformational change? So transformational change is the big buckets that has a strategy on the shelf or hopefully being implemented. And it entails a lot of big shifts. So IT mergers, different situations around staffing models, and especially any sort of organizational transformation that's happening. So the planned or the non-transformational changes, are either scheduled, unplanned, they might be smaller, but they entail a number of things that we probably see commonly every day or every week at our workplace. And over a year or time, you can see a number of these happening with your staff, your organization. And this is what in my business we call death by 1,000 cuts. So you want to be sure that when you have so many small, tiny changes that may not seem monumental, it actually requires a concerted effort and intentional leadership style that we're going to talk about today. Okay, so one of the first things that I hear when I come into an organization or work with a project manager on a big project, implementing a project, is that people don't like change. And I hear this all the time. And I try and respectfully and carefully rebuke that, because we do change as humans, especially with the digital age overtaking our lives. The way we communicate, the way we interact with humans, dating, how we work is all changed. Our cars, getting a new car is a change. Your child moving from one school to another one is a change. We as human beings are very adept at change. So why is it different in the workplace? Why do we like to say as leaders, oh, this team doesn't like change? And what I try and encourage leaders to say is, maybe that's a way to not put the responsibility of change or transition on ourselves, but move it over to the people to say, we're changing, it's your job to figure out how we're gonna get there. When actually, as a leader, that is 100% your role. So what I like to say is people will embrace change with a well-planned transition. So who's responsible for that? And typically, in real life, we will have a strategic direction or a strategic move, and the middle managers are given an opportunity to hear about it, and then are required to encourage their frontline staff to implement their portion of that transformation. And so as leaders, we sometimes are building the ship in the ocean where we're not given the full direction, we're not given time, we're not given the clear like solution of how we're gonna do it, or measures. And so we're in our workshop this afternoon, we're gonna learn as leaders how to actually have those kinds of conversations, what questions to ask, and I have a toolkit that we're going to work through. So why is it so challenging for people when we hear that there's going to be something different, whether it be, I had one organization that was changing, now this might be a first world thing, so just tell me if it is, but they were changing the brand of coffee from Nespresso to a Tassimo, and that created havoc in the organization that I had to help leaders manage through. So, so this is the type of death by 1,000 cuts. But I say, but what else has gone on? It can't be about coffee. It can't be about, I've got 7 pods in my desk and now I won't be able to use them. It has to be about something else. And a lot of times people are scared of the outcomes of change. They're not sure what's going to happen. They're unfamiliar with what you're asking of them to do. They're worried about losing control. I used to buy it this way, now I have to figure out a new way of doing things. So this is the real emotional state of our direct reports when we start to introduce change. It could be small, like coffee pods, or it could be we're merging with another company and number one thing people think about is my job redundant. So those are the type of questions people leave work and go home and think about. And so as leaders, as empathetic and emotionally intelligent leaders, there's a way in which we can help to dampen this type of emotional reaction. Okay, so the ideal transition is a list of 12 plus. I probably missed them on there specific to your experiences, but one of the most important things, and we'll go through this again this afternoon in detail, get us thinking about this in our own environments, but you know, what is changing? So if there's a new direction and they say, okay, we're merging with this company, there will not be job loss, we are safeguarding jobs, we are seeing this as an opportunity for us to grow and take on a new economic piece of the pie. This is part of our 5-year plan, like we've got a rationale of why, what's in it for me, and another good one is if we don't do this, then we might be up the road also bought out. So this is a strategic direction that makes sense for us as an organization. Even having a conversation like that with middle managers, you can then, as first targets of change, you can then go home and say, okay, like, I can wrap my head around the direction we're headed, and then how am I going to share this with my team? And so even having that really strong why now, what if we don't, what's in it for our people is really important. Another ideal way to transition is to have leaders involved. So middle managers be brought to workshops to say, we're headed into this new direction, and what do you think is the solution? How can we get there more efficiently? How can we sustain this with your frontline? And even better, having frontline participate and say, we're putting in a new technology. How is this going to impact your day-to-day work? Is this an efficiency, or are we looking at having to potentially have additional training and IT support? Like, what is the solution to make sure we can sustain it? That's ideal. There's realistic timelines. So this is a big one, because I know in the workplace, we can change on a dime. And I encourage senior leaders to consider the impact of changing on a dime. We can do that once or twice. But as a constant culture of, we've thought of something on Wednesday and Monday we're talking about it and expecting some kind of response, do that too many times, people are going to feel extremely out of control and that they're not being understood as an employee. Okay, and then the other big one is supporting resources. So a lot of times I see that we will implement something or a new process and you're left to figure it out on your own. It's like you throw it over the fence and hope that everyone figures it out. And we're smart people, so we will. But the issue is that if something goes wrong, who do we go to for support? Who's our SME or our super user or the person that's going to dig us out when we haven't thought of something? There has to be, in transformational change, or even some small changes, there has to be a supporting model. And it's usually HR, but HR, again, is not brought in the strategic conversations of how are we going to support this change? And a lot of times are low in capacity with all the things that are happening in the organization. Another really important one is that measures of success are not clearly identified. And there's an adage saying by Peter Drucker that says, people value what we can measure. So if we can't say that we are going to achieve a certain measurable outcome, a lot of people will just go, yeah, okay, well, we'll see what happens. But if you can put an actual measure to it, people will start to work towards that goal as part of their contribution to the change. So ongoing communication and engagement, and it's not an email from high up saying, oh, hey, by the way, this is happening. It's actually, as leaders, spending one-on-one time with your team to say, how are you going to succeed? This is happening. I see this as being an impact to you. What do you need to be supported? How are you going to succeed? How are we going to succeed? So that engagement is that empathetic, intentional leadership that we really, at these times in our life, we need to really be employing in the workplace. And then ongoing communication. So, like, not just telling you it's happening, but it's happening in hopefully 7 months. And then this is a milestone. This is where we're headed. It's still happening. We have nothing to share but we're letting you know that we're grateful that we're heading down this pathway. Like continuous communication to keep people engaged and on the journey towards the end goal. What happens a lot of times is people will, I call it a ping pong ball in a box. They'll just communicate out and hope that people understand what's being said and it lands. Whereas intentional communication means that you have a feedback loop. You have opportunities for people at team meetings to say, you know, this is going to be challenging. How are we going to work together? What are some questions you may have that I can go ask? Do you need more resources? You know, having that engagement, opportunity for dialogue. Another really important one that I see that is for an ideal transformation is training is provided in as close to the implementation as possible. Sometimes we'll get training and then 2 months later we're using the tool. Well, we're now retraining on the fly because we haven't had the right transition into using a new system or a new process. So training is well planned. It is meant for the workplace. It's not something that, you know, a vendor user guide. It's actually developed for training, for workplace training. And some organizations that do not have trainers or a learning and development department, as the leader, what can you do to support that? And that's a big ask. But those are the kinds of questions you can have conversations and say, maybe partner with another leader and say, how are we going to get our people ready? What's needed to be done here? And train. So the culture of appreciation and acknowledgement is a really big part of an ideal transformation. People are resilient to a point. And resiliency is like a cup that gets emptied, filled up, not at work all the time. It could be your life outside is just fabulous. You come to work and your cup is full and then work might drain it down, or it could be vice versa. But really, resiliency is not static. It's ever changing and moving. So in the workplace, how do we minimize the draining of that resiliency cup? And that one area is through appreciation and consideration and acknowledgement of our people. As human beings, we want to be valued and feel worthy, and at the maybe not worthy at the workplace, but certainly valued. And having your leader in an authentic way tell you, you know, I appreciate you for standing up and doing that for us, or I'm acknowledging you for being a part of the training team, or like having that genuine culture of appreciation goes a long way for resiliency. And then we have to check in with our people. Change fatigue is a real syndrome, and you'll see that when people will say, oh, not this again, or oh gosh, have we already done this? Or you'll hear that in the people. And it's not about, oh, they're being resistant and they don't like change. It's about, how are we going to do it different this time? What can we do different so that they may not like it, but they are on board with it? And that is a major, that's what we're going to talk about this afternoon. Okay, so the common transition is, you know, we share, what we share is when we don't, okay, so what we say, sorry, I had to read my words again, is what is shared is if we don't do this. So it's more of that authoritative, we're headed this way, and then there's consequences if we don't. That's one of the ways that I see commonly is a way that leaders will talk about change. So the timeline is wonky. Like, they haven't thought about the training, or they haven't thought about the time for people just to soak in and like understand what's happening, or they haven't built in pre-communications or even the resources. And so they create a timeline based on organizational strategies and not human, realistic ability to actually implement. And middle managers are handed a baton. They're saying, okay, so we've made a decision, and now it's your job to implement it by Monday. So, or maybe not that drastic, but like within a time frame that's not realistic. And so that creates, middle managers are the first target of change. So we're gonna learn how to stop and be very strategic about our next move. When we're handed the baton, there is quite a bit of preparation that we have to do to even talk about it with our staff. And we're gonna learn through a toolkit how to do that. And the first thing we have to do is make sure that we're okay. That to Dion's point, that we're well, our resiliency cup is full, we're ready to march forward. If it's not, we need to pause. And saying things like this to our boss to say, this is a big change. My team needs a bit of time. How much time can you give me? I'm going to come up with a plan, and just let it soak in for a minute. And another big one is we're not sure how we're going to be, what success looks like. So is it? There's kind of a nebulous, unsure how we know we succeeded. And people love to have a goal and achieve it and celebrate together. And so when we have change, which happens a lot in North America, like 70% of projects are not successful for implementation. And so they get about 3, and I'm working on 2 of them right now, actually. So trying to get them out of the ditch. But you get 3/4 of the way forward, and then they stop because they run into difficulties. So that's who bears the brunt of that is the people who are being asked to implement. And not the leaders, not the project managers, the people who have been told, we're headed this way, oh, stop, we're headed this way. And over time, that creates a lot of distrust. Okay, so there's a resource I'm sure you guys have heard of, organizational change management. There are people that have this certification in the CARICOM. For sure in Canada, it's a really big certification that people get and try and work in the industry. And we have a very structured, formal way of doing change management. And so we get brought in to usually 3/4 of the way down the line to start building a plan. And so I'm disrupting the field a little bit because I don't think every organization who's transforming needs a change management professional. They need good leaders that know how to lead through change. And so that's what I hope that we can accomplish today as a group. Okay. So step 1 is always check your vibe. When we are being handed the baton, first step is to make sure your cup is full. And before we make one more move. And it's really important because our first words about anything corporate or strategic matters. And so if we come in and I work with middle managers about this, about communications, if we come in and say, I don't know what they're doing. They're always doing something different, and here I am. We're going to have to do this. And if that's their first introduction to the change, it's going to be very hard for them to get on the ship when we're starting to sail. So our vibe has to be immaculate and not perfect, because sometimes the change isn't right or it isn't what we think we should be doing. But we do need to start asking questions at that point. If your gut or your vibe is saying this is going to be challenging, there's a bunch of questions we should be asking before we start bringing our team. And the second step is nurturing relationships. Call your peers, HR, IT, nurturing really good relationships with your team. And because these types of strategic conversations that you can have will be different if you have really good, strong professional relationships. You can collaborate differently, you can work together to implement differently. It changes everything. I know as a senior leader, I didn't always like to build those strong relationships. Some people, you're like, oh, you know, I'll say hi to them, but yeah, I don't want to meet with them. You know, that's life. But unfortunately, at work, they might have the solution that you need, and they're there for a reason. We have to trust that that reason is obvious. But those relationships will go a long way, even though it challenges us as people sometimes. And then this afternoon, we're going to talk about how we're going to be strategic. And it's okay if not everyone is strategic naturally. So it is a muscle. And so if we need to start using that muscle as leaders in different ways, and this is one way. And we'll go through the toolkit this afternoon. Okay. So really the foundation of leadership is to really be focusing on who you are and making sure you're building trust. We're going to talk about how we do that. Trust is the foundation of everything. We're authentic. So sometimes we don't know everything and we can say, I'm not sure, but I'll find out for you. There's authenticity in how we show up. We're open and free of judgment. So we listen and we don't judge is what we do. Okay. And another really good one is maintaining positive assumptions. So we have a tendency to say, assuming the negative, but if we flip that on its head and assume positivity first, that changes your vibe. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne, for some wonderful insights. And what really stood out for me is it made me think about the best boss I ever had. And if we had the time, I'd ask you about that. But please tell me about it at lunch or during the break. Tell me about the best boss you ever had. All right, our next presentation will come from Mr. Karan Ramganesh, who has over 18 years of regional project experience. Karan helps organizations align people's strategy with business goals through data-driven decision-making and process efficiency. By combining technical expertise with a human-centric approach, he designs analytics frameworks, lead workforce planning initiatives, and enhance employee experience to drive sustainable growth. Please, let's welcome Mr. Karan Ramganesh.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am definitely not going to try any Bajan greeting. I might say, what going on? What happening? What going? All kind of other thing. I'm not going to try anything Bajan, please. I'm not going to kill it. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Ooh. That's all right. It looks fine on my screen. I'm sorry. But I just want to ask you all a couple things, all right? I like to walk around, but I'll just try to stay behind the podium. Take the mic with me? All right. Much better. Oh, she said 18 years, right? Not 80. Just clearing that up. I want to ask you all something. What's your current head count? You know your current head count? Like off the top? With total number of staff? What's your current organizational capacity right now? How much vacant positions you have? probably you all might know where your company wants to go in the next 3 to 5 years, right? Because we all have a strategic roadmap, strategic plan, stuff like that. Yeah? But do we have the capability to get us there? Yeah? How much do we need to fill? How much are we progressing against that goal? Interesting questions, right? How easy would it be to recruit people in the next 6 months, 2 years? Having data is important. It's kind of akin to driving with a fuzzy windscreen. You might hit a speed bump, might hit a pothole. That's how it is, right? So understanding your workforce is important when it comes to developing strategy. And have something here for you all. 30% of the jobs in this room may not exist in the next 10 years. What are you gonna do about it? What's your organization gonna do about it? Or are you gonna wait until you're right up on the speed bump to press that brake? What happens if you're right up on a speed bump? If your organization hits that speed bump? Do you all realize that we have so much brain drain in the region? You're looking at that percentage? You're looking at those percentages? How eye-opening are those? And 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, we may have had a conversation on it, but without the figure, it doesn't seem impactful. It doesn't hit home. And we're actually on a declining population status in certain states in the region, including Barbados. All right? So that is something to pay attention to. I think our recruiters will have to pay attention to it. Our talent management people have to pay attention to it. All right? So if we're planning to do new things in the future, where we're planning to reskill, retool our people, we need to put the plans in place now. We can't be reactive. It's all about being proactive. All right? So look at your reskilling percentage. Do you have a proper training plan in place? Very, very important stuff. All right? So some of these figures we pull generally, and I've experienced these in Trinidad, in St. Kitts, in St. Lucia. All right? Looking forward to experience some of these and solve some of these problems in Barbados too. I don't know. We'll see. All right? But there's a lot of things happening. Now, when a lot of people hear people analytics, they think, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you all hear people analytics? Data, metrics, stats. All the hard stuff that people want to run away from, right? I'll tell you all this, that's probably like 5% of what people analytics is all about. It is a problem-solving approach. You come with your business problem, we find evidence. Because if you make a decision without evidence, what do you think are the chances of that decision being a good decision? Pretty slim, right? You probably have, you know what we do have though? I think what people misunderstand, we think data. But you know, everybody in this room actually has data that you've compiled over years of work and doing stuff. You know what we call it? Experience. But experience could only take you so far. Yeah? So, just kind of talking about where people analytics came from and its linkage with strategic workforce planning. Back in the day, it was more transactional HR, right? Easy stuff. We just follow some paperwork, do some administrative stuff. Very simple. And it was just basic reporting, like, what's the head count, how many people we hire, how many people we fire. That was it, right? HR was the hire, fire people. HR was just the people that check, we want to do this, we need to hire 5 more salespeople. That's all HR was, right? Just the call upon them, do this, do that, and whatever. As we started to move forward, we started doing some more workforce planning because we realized that we can't be reactive all the time. We can't be out in fires all the time, right? And this is not just HR's issue, it's a functional department issue as well. So your marketing team needs more people, your marketing team needs to trade up, we liaise with HR, but of course, it's not HR's problem only. Because if marketing are doing what they're doing, the organization pays the price as well. Now, I always say people data is business data. There are no silos in an organization. There's so much overlap across what we do that you can't call yourself just this professional. Isn't that true? You may have one official title, but you do like 5 other people's job too, right? Yeah? HR started now, not only workforce planning, but we started to realize, listen, we need to be a lot more proactive, and we need to find evidence to prove our point. We talk about getting the seat at the table, right? Everybody wants a seat at the table. Look, everybody has a seat at the table. But when you do get the seat at the table, what do you do about it? Yeah? How do you bring value to that table? And if you don't have evidence to back up what you're saying, then it's pretty subjective, right? It becomes an opinion, and it's not a very strong point. All right? And then now, as we're moving forward, we started looking at, of course, AI, automation. We started to use these tools that are available, and of course, it's still in infancy, but it is a tool with a lot of potential if we harness it right. Now, we were having this conversation probably 30 years ago, transitioning from like desktops and, well, typewriters into laptops and computers and things, right? We were having these conversations a long time ago. So it's not something new. It's just how do we deal with that transition, that change, right? How are we leading into that? So it comes now into what is strategic planning. Ooh. All right, no worries. We can work with it, all right? I'll try to lead through change here, just lead through that transition here. So we're thinking about synergy, culture, leadership, technology, right? And when you look at culture, generally culture is defined by what we do and how we do it within an organization. That's like the simplest way to say it, right? We have leadership, and leadership has that compatibility with culture, because based on how we lead, people respond. Based on what we accept, based on what a leader accepts, right? The workforce will respond accordingly, right? And that forges what we consider normal. And that is culture, what is normal, yeah? So, and then we use technology now. And I talk about technology within strategy as amplifying effort. So like, for instance, we're in this physical room, but we're using technology to stream, right, and record, which means that instead of the 30, 40 people in this room getting exposure to this, we're going to have 30 or 40,000 people possibly getting benefit from this. So it amplifies effort if it's used right, yeah? Now, how does people analytics come into this? Understanding our workforce, understanding what's happening within all of these elements. You know why? People are leaders. People comprise of the workforce that define our culture. And people utilize technology for maximum benefit. Yeah? So understanding how that works, understanding how good or effective our leadership style is, understanding how our workforce responds and how they produce, understanding the details of that, as well as understanding how effective certain technology is, can actually help us move forward, right? Because that's the whole plan. The plan is moving forward. How would we know we're moving forward if we don't have that checklist and we have that status as we go forward? And this is where people analytics will come in. So, yeah, it gets messier now, right? So, people analytics will allow us to measure. And as was mentioned, we cannot manage what we cannot measure. We might oversee it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's being managed. Yeah? We might have some visibility, but if we're only getting visibility at the point when we're looking at something, then we aren't being strategic. Because strategy is all about where you want to go, right? As was mentioned by my colleague, we talk about that transition. But if we have a strategy set up, how are we prepping and measuring and understanding how we're getting to that point? There's always that end game, right? That end goal. But how do we know we're hitting the line, right? We need to measure. So we need to measure how our people are responding. How productive are they? What are the factors that make them productive? What are the factors that are not making them productive? So why? Because, and I say this all the time, what is culture? Culture is encouraging what you want and discouraging what you don't want. How do organizations do this? Not through policy. Well, hopefully, hopefully, right? That's why we do policy reviews, etc., right? And so that's how we define culture. Leadership. The decisions that our leaders have to make, they must be data-driven. They must be evidence-based. If you don't have evidence for what you're saying, what's going to happen? You might make the decision, it sounds right, but the response you're going to get, the output you're going to get, the results you're going to get may not exactly align with what you expect. And then even when that happens, well, let's say you make a good decision, and it happens exactly how you want it. You have no idea how it happened. Think about it. So how can you emulate that or increase your chances of being successful with another decision if you don't know how this happened in the first place? What they say? It's a fluke. What are your chances of having 20 consecutive flukes that work in your favor? Highly unlikely, all right? And what do? Well, of course, we use technology to amplify that. So we could record it, we could digitize it, we could use it to spread the word, spread consistency, spread value, all right? So that's how they pretty much come together. So a lot of the work that I do with organizations would be, they'll say, okay, great, we're doing training, or we have performance systems, or we have our workforce planning model, but we still have issues, or we want to get to this point and we aren't elevating to that point. We want to be superstars. We want to generate this amount in sales. We want to have this certain market share, but we are simply not getting there. So it's now trying to understand what's going on now and what's working, what's not working, find the evidence, and use that now to drive the way forward. And even predict and say, well, if you continue down this path, you will definitely generate profit, but probably not the amount that you're looking for. Or you will generate certain impacts, but it wouldn't be the way that you're looking for. Or maybe your people are not that happy, we need to fix certain things to keep them. Because if we lose them, that downtime comes at a cost. Organizations think, oh, we don't have to pay a salary. That's fine. The other two people in the department could do it, right? But that comes with additional costs. Burnout, further turnover, lack of quality, a lot of things, right? Who's measuring that? And who's going to report that to the senior leaders who aren't on the ground experiencing those issues? Where does that visibility come from? All right, that's real important. So I have a little framework that I've worked on over the years. But I'll just explain the whole process very simply before I jump into this. It all starts off with a business issue or limitation. So when I say issue might be a little glaring problem, fine, but a limitation may necessarily mean that we're doing something but we're not maximizing, and we're not sure why. Why is it that car can't throttle faster? Why is it that we're maxing out only at this pace, right? Why is it everybody outmaneuvering us? And we don't know why, but everything looks good. Our entire team is working well. They're getting about 4s and 5s in their performance appraisal. Yeah? Everybody getting 4s and 5s, like, wow, this is amazing. But when you look at the financial performance, or you look at the sales performance, like, 4s and 5s out of 10, or is it out of 5? I'm not sure. Right? So, how are we gathering that evidence? That's a limitation. We need to gather the evidence to figure out exactly what's the root cause. Once you figure out what the root cause is, I'm telling you, it's magical, right? But we have to get data to get it first. Where are we getting the data from? Who's providing it to us? Or maybe the biggest question for the room is, are we collecting it in the first place? And if we aren't, of course, we have to start. Yeah? We have to start at some point. So the realization that we haven't done it allows us to begin. We can't ignore it, all right? And then, of course, what stakeholders are involved? Who needs to be involved in this thing, right? And then, of course, when we get our data and the metrics, what are we going to do about it? Yeah? So, of course, the technology is easy, I'm going to tell you all. How many people here love statistics and data and stuff? Come on, about 20 hands I'm expecting. Oh, wow, more than I expected. Okay, that's great. All right? But here what's going on. There are tools that are doing that for you. All this stat stuff you went through in university and you get headache and you still have nightmares about and later you'll be like, gosh, boy, Karen just reminded me about these things, right? I'm sorry, but here what? You don't have to go through that again. There are a lot of tools out there that we could apply for that, all right? So the framework is this. Understand what your strategy is. It all starts with strategy. Business strategy is at the top of the pyramid, all right? It is at the top of the pyramid. And from there, we identify what we need to be tracking. So if our goal is to expand operations and we have to get all these people, etc., we have to understand first how much we have now and where are the gaps. What do we need to do about it, all right? And then we convert that into statements that we could share with senior leadership. Help them understand what's going on. Say, we need to be at least 85% capacity to do this. And right now we're at 70. So there's a gap that needs to be filled. So that insight will give them the knowledge on where we need to prioritize. Because we don't have unlimited money, unlimited time, unlimited resources, right? We need to prioritize what we're doing. Yeah? I was expecting 1 or 2 yeses, you know, I didn't really, right? And from that, it's all about integrating it into what we do every day. Strategy execution is about making the decisions every day to get us to where we're going. It's not on, we do the plan and sit and wait and all of a sudden we reach. It doesn't work like that, right? I don't think we have self-driving strategy in the Caribbean, not like self-driving cars or anything, right? And then, of course, as we do that, we continue to monitor. If we don't monitor, we're going to get lost in it. We're going to be so busy applauding ourselves that we go off track. Yeah? So, well, actually, these slides, I will talk about them in the workshop, but I have a few minutes, right? Because it really kind of talks about all the different stages I mentioned here and all of the considerations. So I'll tie it back to the workshop session, right? But I wanted to just talk about an example. This is an example, just one example, of a car manufacturer shifting from fuel-based cars into electric vehicles. So if they're thinking about shifting into this, the first thing they want to do was their business strategy. So their business strategy talks about ensuring we have the right workforce capability. Because right now we have a ton of engineers really, really good at fuel-based systems. But we need to now delve into this, so our skill set needs to change. We need to make sure our workforce can manage this thing at a world-class level, right? So what are some of the key metrics? The percentage of those in the workforce that understands electric vehicles. And tie it back against what we need. If the strategy defines we need at least half of our workforce or 3/4 of our workforce knowing this, where are we now, right? What's the gap? If you don't understand the gap, you're in problems, right? The cost of hiring. We need to funnel our resources towards getting these people and paying them something that's commensurate to the market. Because if you don't, you'll spend all this time recruiting and nobody will accept, all right? And of course, attrition. How much of these mechanics that we have, engineers that we have, are gonna retire in the next 5 years, 10 years? So there's a lot of knowledge going on here that we need to transition into our existing workforce. You see, we plan for the future, we're not playing for now. Playing for now is what we need. This is the starting point, and we need to shift, all right? It's always playing for the future. And so like the workforce inside, we talk about 50% of the workforce already capable. So we need to fill the gap. The high cost to hire people, understand that there's a high cost to hire these people. Make sure we have that budget in place. Otherwise, we're gonna, like if we need 2 million to hire these people, if we don't do it, we're losing 10 million in potential revenue annually because of that. So think about the investment rather than just, expenditure. It's an investment. And of course, maybe academic partnerships to have a pipeline of this skill coming in. So we could partner with a university and train these guys coming through with a program. So we always have talent coming into the company, all right? And so how do we actually integrate that into strategic decision-making and the conversations we have every day? So we have a reskilling program internally. For those who will be leaving the company soon, let's retool our people and skill up the new ones coming up. So we always have talent internally, all right? Create the talent pipeline, and of course, track and training. Training is the most important component here. Not only training technical skills, but training in terms of the general competency and the approach to work. That's very, very important, all right? So we keep monitoring, we keep tracking, and it's a continuous process. This actually is a loop, guys. I just put it in this format to be easy for the slide. But it is a loop. It's a loop that we must continue going through. Because when you're monitoring, you'll start realizing the status of certain things. And this is where emergent strategy comes from. Because something new might come up now as we going down the road, and we realize, okay, we need to make a little subtle shift in how our strategy is gonna look. And then we go through the whole process again. So it's a continuous cycle, yeah? So I know we were a little behind time, so I had to cut myself a little short, all right? But I hope that this will now become the impetus for the conversation we're gonna have later in the workshop, because I am gonna delve a little more in detail into some of these things so that you will understand all the thinking points that you need to go away with, all right? But just in closing, just be reminded that if we don't apply analytics towards what we're doing, whether it be operational or strategic, there's a lot of blind spots that we're gonna hit. And the impact of our decisions are gonna be severely hampered, all right? So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Karan. I truly enjoyed it. My favorite part was hearing about paying people commensurate with the market. That part really resonated with me, especially when I think about the supermarket, you know? Up next, we have Paula Walcott, who has over 22 years of experience and specializes in driving business results through intentional culture and employee experience strategies that foster engagement, productivity, and sustainable growth. A thought leader in the people profession, she leverages her expertise to empower organizations and leaders to create thriving workplaces where employees feel valued and aligned with business goals. Let's welcome Paula Walcott.
Good morning. Have you ever gone somewhere and had an experience that was less than you expected? Absolutely. And I want you to think about a time that you really wanted something to eat. And you visualize exactly what it was. And you went to that place. And when you got there, you know, you walked the line to see the buffet to make sure they have everything that you want. And I did that, right? I did that. I went to a restaurant, and I had determined that I was gonna have carrots on my sub, because that's what I did. So I go in, I survey. There are no carrots by the subsection, but there are absolutely carrots by the salad section. So I'm like, good. I join the line. And when it's my turn, I call for everything I want, and I say, and carrots. And she says, we don't have any carrots, ma'am. I'm like, yes, you do. And she says, no, we don't. And I said, but you have carrots over there. And she says, I don't have carrots over here. So I'm like, okay, how do we deal with this? And I say to her, well, can you borrow some of her carrots? And she says, no. you would have to ask management. And I thought, wow, do I just click this to get ahead? Oh. Okay, anyway, let me keep talking. Y'all can tell me when I can go back to my slides. Because, yeah. Anyway, so in that moment, I thought to myself, wow, you know, do I have to navigate and negotiate to get what's already here? But let me ask you this question. There we go. What training do you think she had? Right? What questions did they ask her in the interview process? Were they asking her things that would help them to appreciate whether she can make decisions on the fly? Do you think that they even thought about why they existed? Let's contrast that with another situation. I was at work, and a team member from the call center came to me, and she said, we just called a client, and when we asked for her, her daughter said she just passed away. We want to get a card. We want everyone in the call center to sign it, and we also want to send some flowers. Absolutely, go right ahead. What training do you think they had? Do you think they understood their purpose? Do you think that they were intentional about the employee experience? Because rest assured, your customer experience will never, under any circumstance, surpass your employee experience. And you may get lucky and hire someone who has strong values and they care a lot about people. But that's a one-off, because if you're not intentional about it, you'll end up with scorecards that might look like this, where your employee experience is dictating your customer experience. Now, the first story I told you about the carrots, that restaurant no longer exists. It used to exist, right? Think about the connectivity between purpose, values, and who you choose to represent your organization. And that's ultimately what we're going to talk about for a few minutes today. Because when we talk about evolving the employee experience, there are three foundational tools that we need to look at: purpose, values our culture, and our people. And when we do that, it will enable us to build an intentional workplace culture that aligns those three and helps us to deliver consistently on our promises, not just to our employees, but to our customers and our stakeholders. And I want to tie stakeholders right now to family members, because the environment you create in your workplace has a direct impact on how people go home to their families. So if you don't consider that within the context of why you do what you do and why you show up the way you show up, let's start that trend today. So imagine your ideal space, your ideal workplace. I want you to think about that. What does that feel like? And I'm here to tell you it is possible. Because when you think deeply about why your business exists, whether you are a hairdresser or you have a retail store or you work in corporate, it doesn't matter. There's a reason you went into business. And let's take the example of a hairdresser for example. The hairdresser may have started doing hair because she loves to see women present their best face to the world. Her business starts to grow. She decides to hire somebody to come and shampoo hair. And she does not ask them, how do you give compliments to other people? Something as simple as that, to allow you to tap in to whether the person's values align with yours. Because I'm aware we don't all walk around thinking, what are my values? Let me see. We don't, right? But you have to be intentional for your business to continue to be successful. We also need to look at the fact that our values, when they're demonstrated consistently, enable us to deliver on the promises our business makes. Our values as we're growing up, they may come from church, they may come from family, they may come from school. As we get older, they evolve through experiences. But our values matter. And we also need to ask whether our values align with what we set out to do as a business. How is our business helping people to survive and thrive? And who? Who are the kind of people that can live those values consistently and help us to deliver on those promises? Where would you start? What's most important? Purpose, values, or the who enters your organization? Yeah? Think about that for a second. Where would you start? And in the next few minutes, I'm going to try to take you through some of the important questions you need to ask, depending on where you want to start. Purpose. It really is about getting back to basics. How does my business, how does my team, because I've been talking about business a lot, and we might think, well, we can't boil the ocean, I can't influence that, that's HR's job. But within your team, whether you have a team of 1 or a team of 2 or a team of 50, what purpose does your team serve within the organization? If you're in finance, when people come to your department, what are they coming for? How do you support the business? What does that look like? What's the purpose of finance within the organization? Purpose needs to be articulated. You don't get buy-in by chance. You need to be able to say to people very clearly, this is why we exist. This is what we do for the business. And when we do this well, we all win. We can't continue to fuel siloed thinking. It's not about our team doing better than the other teams in the organization. It really comes down to when we show up as our best selves, this is what we're able to deliver, and our customers or our clients, if you're a nonprofit, are able to be satisfied. How do people feel when they interact with your brand? How do you want people to feel when they interact with your brand? Whether you're an online business or not, when you make that delivery in Sky Mall Car Park, how do you want people to feel when they interact with you? Because you show up as your own brand. And the same applies within the corporate world. What decisions are people making based not on what you say, but on what they hear and experience? And when I say on what they experience, let's take what Karen was talking about in terms of surveys. When your people say, not happy here, what do you do about it? Do you even acknowledge it? Because this all ties together to your customer experience, which is why your doors are open. Values. Values, I like to call them the power tools of culture. Your culture really dictates what happens in the space. What decisions are people making when you're in the room or when you are not in the room? What gets transferred when a new employee comes in? What are they telling people about how to work here in your organization? Your company culture is going to impact your strategy even if you are not intentional about designing the right culture. You can have a culture by design, or you can have a culture by default. Your choice. People. I came across this African proverb recently, and I really love it. It says, the people are the people because of the people. Sit with that a moment. The people are the people because of the people. The most important decision you will make is who. And sometimes that requires a very difficult conversation with yourself. Are you the right leader in the space and for that time? Not every opportunity requires a yes, because sometimes there's more work we need to do to get to a place where we can show up as the right who. But then there's the who of your team. And yes, we inherit teams. We don't always have people that we've handpicked. But when we inherit a team, there's still something we can do. We can clarify expectations. We can make it very clear what our values are and what being a member of our team looks like and must look like consistently. Who is the most important decision, because depending on who you allow to have a seat on your team and maintain their original seat is going to dictate whether you can sleep well at night. Because when you have people who show up engaged, your job is to not disengage them. But when you have to figure out how to get them on the other side, then your life is difficult. Spend time with who? With who you are and who your team members are. That also requires getting to understand your team members, what their needs are, what their triggers are, how you cannot trigger them, and how they cannot trigger you, more importantly. So think about it. Think about what your values are, why your team exists, why your business exists, how that aligns, how that looks like for a successful business, and come up with dedicated questions that allow you to tease that out. When you are very clear on what your values are, it helps you to determine what you need to ask. If you prioritize integrity as a person, and it's a requirement for your business because your business sells or builds on trust, you have to ask people questions that allow you to determine that. And then you use probation for its intended purpose. You test it, right? You can't say we value integrity and then allow team members to lie without any kind of discussion about it. What are you rewarding? Who are you promoting? Because you've grown and this person came through the doors with you on day one and they got 10 years in and it's time for a supervisory role, learn to say no. Get comfortable with no, because 10 years into your business, that individual may have 10 years, but they may not have the skill set that is required to take your business another 10. So you've just set yourself back for comfort because you know them well and they're loyal. Who is the most important decision you're gonna make? Sometimes you do have to put people, as Jim Collins said, to the back of the bus. But I like to take that a little further. You ever been on a minibus or a bus and you're in the corner seat in the back? You ever had to get off before the bus was empty? You can put people there in your mind because you don't want underperformers or mediocre performers to spread through your organization. And trust and believe, your high performers see them just like you do. But you know what they see more? They see you doing nothing about it. And the longer you do nothing about it, your high performers are the ones who are going to be on the market. So you have to make some decisions about where you put your energy. Do you spend your energy with your high performers so they continue to be engaged and they continue to excel? Or do you put them to the person who should be at the back in the corner seat? Yeah? So you need to be intentional. I said a lot of things. I'd like you to take a moment and think about what you've heard today that you would really like to focus on. Would it be purpose? Would it be defining the values or the rules of engagement for your team? Or would it be crafting those questions to help you get true clarity around who you have and who can help take your business forward? That's an important conversation for you to have. And I said we need to get comfortable saying no before. And this quote I thought was very important because when we're talking about strategy, we're always talking about what we're gonna do. How about what we need to not do, right? How about being courageous about the decisions we've made that no longer serve the purpose of our business or our team? And let's just raise our hands and say, yeah, I messed that one up, and you do something differently, because that's what life is. Passion has led many of us to our roles, but we all know passion doesn't keep us there. There's several things that can happen in an environment that make people want to leave your organization, or worse yet, leave you, because you may be their boss. We need to start to create and be very intentional about employee experiences that help people feel seen, heard, valued, prepared. And I think that's one we miss. Because let's go back to my carrot story. If she was prepared for the days when they don't have everything, think of how differently that could have gone. Apart from the fact that the carrots were actually there, right? She could have said, have you ever tried this? I saw some other customers try it, and it's been great on their sandwiches. And if she had done that and diffused the situation, I might not have kept looking over at the other carrots, correct? So we really do need to be very intentional. We can create great workplaces because great workplaces lead to great communities and great countries, and that's real. So what have you heard that you needed to hear today? And whatever that is, do it. Thank you.
Wow. I have a lot of words. I talk a lot, and I don't have any right now. Thank you so much, Paula. That was an excellent presentation. All right, we are going to have our first panel discussion. And joining Paula and Corrine, who we heard prior, will be Nicholas Roberts. Nicholas is a people and organizational change professional with 13 years in human experience and over 8 years in management consulting, specializing in business process improvement, talent development, and organizational growth. As president of HERMAB and regional HR lead for a top insurance company, he drives HR strategy, employment relations, and culture management to enhance talents and business success. So thank you, Nicholas, for joining us. Thank you, Nicholas, for joining us. And you may notice I have something shiny in my hand. This is our first prize for today, and it goes to, drum roll please, Joan Underwood. Joan, are you here? Joan was the first person to register. And for that, we say thank you. Mrs. Harris will give you your prize. Let's give it up for Joan again.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so thank you all for your presentations so far. At this time, we are going to open to questions from the audience. There is a mic that you can use. And I will start, you have our tabletop questions as well that we can use to share with our panel. But I want to start with Paula. Paula, what would you say the role that leadership plays in shifting and sustaining organizational culture? What is the role?
Well, leaders have to model the culture. It goes without saying that if you're not intentional, then you'll have a culture by default. When you want people to show up in a certain way, you actually need to start to model those behaviors 3 months before you want to see them show up, so that they can look to you as an example. The leader, it rises and falls on leadership, ultimately. What the leader reinforces, what the leader celebrates, matters. And therefore, when it comes to culture and having that spread throughout the organization, the leader also needs to be able to hold other leaders accountable. Because if another leader is going against the example of what needs to be in the environment, you need to be able to have what I call crucial conversations to ensure that everyone gets back on track.
Thank you. Karen, and I'm also going to throw this at you, Nicholas. Have there been any differences in how you engage different generations within your organization. So of course we have the over 60 baby boomers, the 45 to 60 Gen X, the millennials, and of course everybody's favorite, the Gen Zs. All right? So have there been any differences in how you engage these different generations?
Well, definitely, because there's a reason why we have generational gaps, because it's based on what they've experienced, what their values are. And while the organization really brings everyone together through their shared values and what they want to get done, you do need to meet them halfway to get that done. So we're talking about anytime you're looking at a change transition, the communication, first you have the broad brush with the generic information, but then you have to meet the different groups. And you meet certain groups, not only based on functional area, but you have to align your media and how you interact with them based on what their expectations are. So every group or every generation actually has a different expectation of how they should be considered valuable as part of the organization moving forward. So whether it be a face-to-face session or something digital or a general email, it's very, very important to meet them there because they do have their own expectations. And part of the data collection would be like when we're looking at engagement surveys and getting that feedback, what are they telling us? What's their general disposition? And we need to sometimes put more effort in for certain groups, like our ever favorite Gen Zs. Yeah?
What a surprise. Nicholas, any thoughts on the differences in how you engage different generations?
Yeah, I think it comes down to what each generation values and what is important to them based on the way that we create work experiences for the workforce now. The way that work operates is different for someone that is a baby boomer versus someone that is a Gen Y or Gen Z. Because baby boomers, as an example, always look and see what is the value they can get from an organization in terms of they gain purpose from knowing that they've been with a business for 30 or 40 years or whatever the case may be. Whereas Gen Zs generally look and see what it is the business can do for them. So when it is that we're creating workspaces, the conundrum comes when it is that we have to create a workspace that can meet the needs of many different people, and when we're operating in an environment that that is multi-generational. So I think at the heart of it, it comes down to creating a workspace that is not easy, but meeting the needs of different personalities and different generations, because what is important to a baby boomer is going to be totally different from someone that is a Gen Z.
So I'm digging a little deeper, Paula, into the engagement of these different generations, right? Because there is research that shows that baby boomers tend to be more transactional. They tend to prefer clear guidelines, clear policies, and those are the things they value in the workplace. And if we go down to the Gen Zs, it's more about the inspiration and a cause. So what are your differences? What is your approach to engaging these different generations? I'm coming at you next.
I think it starts with the fact that rather than paint everyone with a brush, everybody who shows up in your organization still needs to be seen as an individual. So it requires situational leadership depending on who you're dealing with. The challenge comes when you have either a baby boomer managing Gen Z or the reverse, which can happen now, right? And our role when we see that happening is to close the gap for those people as individuals, as opposed to trying to broad brush. Broad brush, you can talk about, well, what engagement activities we will have, but engagement goes beyond activities. And it really comes down to how do I help people to build their own capacity and capabilities to manage across generations for the success of the individual and the team and the business. And I think if we focus on the who that we're talking about and what their needs are in a specific situation, then we won't get caught up in all of the chatter around this generation is like this, that, because in every generation, I am what generation, right? If I ask, depending on what age you think I am, I identify as a
Putting
millennial.
pressure
I
on
am
me,
not.
because I'm gonna have to
By
say
no stretch
millennial
of the
because,
imagination
Paula,
am I a millennial.
I'm gonna have to say
look
millennial.
it. I'm not.
It's probably Gen
right?
X, but I'm gonna have
But
to
that's
say
the point I'm
because that's the
making.
right thing to do.
But that's the point I'm making. So we can't just broad brush everybody. For an activation, sure, let's have something that's family oriented to capture everybody. Let's have a party for the Gen Zs and the people who identify as young. But when it comes down to day-to-day and managing the overall experience, I think we need to move away from that and look at who we have and what they need.
Thank you. Corrine, what are your thoughts? So, this
Yeah,
generation gap.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to give you a very specific example. And I had a team of, they're in their early 20s and they're an IT team. And I needed to get them really performing and getting some outcomes quite quickly. And instead of just giving them here's what I need you to do, and expect like at our month or our weekly project team meeting and update, I met with them for 15 minutes more frequently and just checked in to see that they understood where we were going, that they had what they needed, and continued to inspire them. So they felt like they were rocking it because they were taking ownership, but I was giving them micro guidance along the way that made a huge difference. And so I did take note of that, that otherwise if I just dumped it on their shoulders, they probably would not have been able to move it as quickly forward. So I needed that little bit extra engagement to inspire them along the way.
Thank you. So I will remind you that there is a podium here. So we will take questions from the audience. If you have questions, feel free to come to the mic and we'll take your question. We also have our tabletop conversations. So I'm going to take one of the questions from there. What are some of the barriers your organization faces to cultural transformation to support new strategic initiatives? So, Nicholas, what are some of the barriers that the HR managers are telling you about at HERMAP?
I think Paula hit the nail on the head in her presentation earlier when she was talking about misalignment. So many times I think businesses or leaders talk about this is what the culture is in terms of the organization, but it is not lived. So when she said that, culture is something you're either going to define it or it's going to be default for you, I think that's very important because many times we have a strategic plan and executives sit down in the boardroom and they come up with these grand and airy-fairy strategies and plans, but then you don't really see them being lived and breathed within the organization, or the behaviors that are being promoted or rewarded within the organization are generally very toxic. And then when it comes to it transitioning throughout the organization, then people think to themselves, well, I'm just here for a paycheck, because people don't like what they do, and by essentially when they don't like what they do or who they work with or where they're working, they become disengaged, and then that impacts the customer, and then obviously that impacts the bottom line. So I think by and large, we have to create workspaces and environments that make it palatable, because obviously you can't please everyone, but at the heart of it, make it palatable for people to come into the workspace, give them the tools to at least appreciate or be comfortable in what they're doing, and not creating a strategy that sounds good or looks good on paper, but is not being lived within the organization.
Thank you. Caron. Trini.
I want to chime in
Yes.
on what Nicholas is saying. And there's a radio station that comes with change. We call it We FM. What's in it for me, right? So every individual, every group within an organization has a different role. So their contribution towards that strategic change is different. If we have to communicate strategy out to our people, there's that broad brush, yes, with the general vision of what we want to get. But we need to touch on everybody in terms of how it impacts them and what's in it for them when the organization actually transitions into that change. So we need to meet them. And if we don't help them understand how is that change going to impact them and what are the potential benefits of this particular change, you are not going to get the support for it. Because it's just going to be extra work, extra things to do, additional things to remember, and that's just more stress on me because I'm not here for that. So we really need to understand our people and get our finger on that pulse to know who feels what and how they feel about certain things, to know how we approach them with it. Because if you know somebody is actually a skeptic, you work a bit harder to get them right. But if you understand that they're already neutral or they're already positive with the organization, it's easier to communicate with them and get things done. So understand our audience first, and then we'll be able to communicate effectively.
I know you were going to come to me. I think I'm going to say, the biggest barrier to cultural transformation is leadership. Leaders resist change the most.
Don't stop. Continue
And the fiercest. And that's just a reality for various reasons, and different leaders will have their own reasons. And you can go into research. A lot of it comes down to the fear of being exposed and the fear of losing the authority that the title gave them and not having to really tap into those skills that people like to call soft skills, but they're not soft. Because where we are now in business, the old command and control style does not take us where we need to go. And Gen Z, let's not even go there. So the reality is, because we have to change, because the dynamics of the environment require that, our most resistant level within any cultural transformation comes from leadership.
Yeah, absolutely.
And before we move on, I want to add, I keep saying this, pizza parties is not remnant of what culture is. Pizza parties and doing engagement activities should be the icing on the cake. I want to keep reiterating that to businesses, by and large, not only in Barbados, but across the entire region.
Thank you. So pizza parties, they're not the be-all and end-all.
And the only thing I'm just going to add is that there's a practice called appreciative inquiry that is used a lot in Canada and elsewhere. And what that does is allows leaders to sit in the future state of what if we are at our best, and actually framework that out in a very inspired moment. And so it's not like from behind looking forward saying we should do this, this, and that. It's actually putting yourself energetically, emotionally, strategically in the future and say, what would we feel and look like at our best? And then working backwards of how we get there.
Lynette, thank you. Are you ready?
Yes. I think Lynette Taylor, good morning, everybody, with the Barbados Revenue Authority. Feel free to call us BRA if you want to shorten it. Not bra, please. Trying to move away from being referred to as a lady's undergarment. Just plug that in. Paula touched on this, I think, a little earlier, and maybe she can go into it a bit more, and the other panelists. We've been having this conversation, I think, from where I sit, a communications specialist, for, say, at least 10 years. We've been sending our leaders out to leadership conferences. We've had the conversations around emotional intelligence and the critical importance of that as a leader. I agree with you, Paula, there's nothing soft about human skills. I don't even use the term soft skills. Why are we still here? Is it because companies are, is it because teams are still producing, companies are still growing despite dealing with this issue? I'm just wondering. And you said because leaders are most afraid of change, and perhaps that is the reason, but is there an expansion on that? Because why are we still here?
We're still here because the decisions to change the people as they move people out are difficult decisions, and some people just don't want to own that decision. And that's the reality. Because if your culture really is the most important thing for you, and let's put it in numbers. If you're hitting target, so every year you're hitting 100% of what you needed to deliver to the board, then the decision to move is not going to be as critical. But if you are underperforming or you're not even getting close to target, the board will force those decisions. And we have a lot of people in the Caribbean in particular who prefer the board to tell them to do it than to stand up and say, I need to do this for the betterment of our people.
Thank you. All right, So I'm sending a message to our team in St. Kitts who are joining us. Remember, you can put your questions in the chat. I've got my phone, I'm checking just in case you have questions for the panel. My next question is around going back to organizational culture. I know for some non-HR managers in the room, the word culture is a bit of an abstract term. It is not as straightforward as profit, as gearing, and all these other more tangible metrics that we seek. Culture can be difficult to measure, especially in smaller organizations. So I want to hear from the panel, how do you measure whether an organizational culture supports or hinders strategy execution? How do you measure?
We can make it really, really simple. We can measure the employee Net Promoter Score, and we can measure the customer or the external Net Promoter Score. How do our customers feel about our brand? How are they telling people about our brand? And internally, would our employees tell people who are closest to them, people who they love, to come work there? If you have answers to those two questions, you will know what strategies you need to change and what you need to do differently. We don't have to complicate it.
I would add to that, using my own experiences, I've worked at quite a few work places over the span of my career, and I always look at how I'm treated on the first day of coming into an organization. And I think, once again, your people are at the heart of your culture. So when you walk into an environment and the way the people interact with you, I think is reminiscent or relative or respective of how it is the culture within the businesses. Because if you walk into an environment and this is your first day and you're being shown around to different departments and people are like, yeah, I think you know what you're getting yourself into. Once again, you can come up with the best strategy and talk about this is your culture plan and have culture management strategies and sessions, but the way that people treat each other, whether it be internally, staff, and how they treat their customers, I think that is reflective of what culture really is when it comes to measuring and looking at culture. Culture is something that is lived and breathed and is felt within an organization. It's not tangible, but you can feel it. You feel it, and that is where the tangible aspect of it comes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to add to that as well, the ENPS is important. General NPS is very, very important, just measuring that. But as we try to put our finger on the root cause of why an NPS or an ENPS would be in a particular way, we look at different factors that we measure within engagement. So we talk generally about compensation is one. We talk about leadership. We talk about health and safety. We talk about learning and growth opportunities within an organization. And one interesting thing I've come across in a lot of the projects I've been involved where we look at engagement data, so we administer the survey, we look at it, and we try to make recommendations. There's a growing trend of what I call the eroding engagement factor, and it's based on tenure. And culture defines that because you come into an organization, the happiest person ever. And then, of course, the onboarding process is what defines a lot of, how you're going to feel about the organization during the novel years, that honeymoon period. But then, as you hit 3-5 years, as you hit 6 to 9 years, as you hit 10 to 15 years, you start to see the erosion. And interestingly enough, after you hit about maybe 14 years, engagement goes up because you're prepping to leave. Yeah, you're prepping for retirement, you're prepping for whatever it is. So you're just like, I'm not worried about it. I'm okay with it now. I've gotten over the fact that I was, disengaged about it, but I'm fine with it now. And so when we see that overall and engagement drops, the NPS as well is impacted by that. But then we figure out the root cause now in terms of what is the area people are disengaged with at certain points within their career, so that we can ensure that the employee experience throughout their life cycle and throughout their tenure remains as positive as possible. Yeah, and we put our finger on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Corrine, let's go back to change, because we know now that people are very familiar with change. So how do we prepare for change when implementing strategic initiatives? And I want to say that Corrine corrected me and Paula. We had a call to discuss the panel. And I think I had said barriers to change. And they said, no, we got to talk about preparing for change. So I want to share that with you guys.
Yeah, I think I've heard a couple times now about resistance to change. And one of the things that I think an organization needs to do is ensure they have a really solid, compelling vision. And organizationally and people-wise, like, what is the compelling vision to keep leaders moving forward or growing or shifting their leadership styles to meet the needs of the organization? So I think preparation starts with being inspired, being compelled, having a clear understanding of what it is we need to do and how we need to do it. And as middle managers or leaders, that's not our role to really define that. But when we show up like that with a sense of purpose and value, then that helps to filter around the people around us. The other thing I'll just say about change is that when we say we don't like change or people are not into change, is it the change itself? Is it the direction or the end goal, or is it how we get there typically? So that's what I'm going to keep challenging, is that there is a way to actually move forward inspired and intentional and with good outcomes and clarity. And we just need to apply some of those strategies.
All right. Can a strong organizational culture, and we're wrapping up, guys, so if anybody has any questions, now is the time in terms of this particular panel. Can a strong organizational culture compensate for a weak strategy, or vice versa? Paula. Can a strong, this is table talk conversation, so the room is very familiar with this. Yes, very passionate, because I heard a yes.
Define compensate.
Does it help at all? That's what I mean.
This happens right now in a lot of businesses, so let's be fair, right? The strong culture does not mean it's a good culture, okay? So there are a lot of businesses that are doing well in spite of not having a culture that enables them to grow beyond where they are or where they envision themselves to be. And we might think that, so let's say dominant culture and not strong. Yeah? A dominant culture can exist and a business can still be making profits, although the strategies within the business are not addressing any of the challenges. Because if you think about strategy in the context of what do I need to do to address my challenges as opposed to where I'm going, if you think about what I'm going to do to address my challenges, then within that context, there are businesses that don't address challenges at all, and they're still successful.
All right. So I'm going to go to the podium.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Carolyn Williams-Gill, Barbados Revenue Authority, BRA. Yes, so who is the most important decision that we can make in the face of population decline, in the face of brain drain, and with business decisions that have to be made to fill vacancies because there's a need within the organization, what do we do as it relates to the who and getting who you really want? Because people are out there who want jobs, and then they come, but they don't have everything that we've said that has been very, very nice in terms of what we want to have as the best culture, in terms of even Paula's example in relation to the restaurant, and the person not feeling empowered or not being empowered or not having the capacity to feel empowered, or even at an individual level, owning certain things, whether it is a colonial mentality that is endemic to small island states or those who have come from the colonial bonds, if that is something that still maintains, what do we do? That is my question.
Everybody looking at me. What do we do? I'll start by saying, when we know what the skills are that are missing within our organizations, sometimes we need to look at who we have in our organization already. There are people who want to move around. There are people who may have the capacity to learn more. Are we willing to put money behind getting those people to a place where they can step into those roles, as opposed to looking outside all the time? When people in your organization, what is it your thing says, grow on purpose? When people in your organization see growth opportunities in your organization, that itself fuels engagement. So there's that. The other side of that is when it comes to recruiting and not getting the wrong people, sometimes we actually hire them. But then we protect our hiring decision because we don't want people to feel like we made a mistake. No. Okay, let's move away from that. Everybody, we make mistakes in personal life and act like we can't make it at work. We can, but we need to correct them. I will also share with you that there are organizations, I know Zappos did it and Amazon took it over when they bought Zappos, and they increased the amount. There are places that will pay you to leave during onboarding. It's like, you don't fit here. And you can't be committed to our cause because we can't align with what you prioritize. And they help people to go. We need to get to a place where we have those kinds of conversations. Our budgets are small. We can't pay people to leave, but we surely can terminate during probation and not appoint to protect the decision we made that was wrong in the first place.
Thank you. So,
very quickly, what you said, as an adjunct to what Paula was saying, I think on a very macro level, we need to look at how it is we teach our children to express themselves, to work with one another, because then children grow into adults. And I think far too often when people come into workplaces, they don't have the cognitive ability to express themselves, to think outside the box. And I always think about when I was back at university, shout out to Dr. Kendra Love Corbin, he said we ask people to be innovative, but then we tell them be innovative like this. So we want people to come in the workspace and to think outside the box, to be, fresh, to be people that start ideas, to push the envelope, but then we want them to push the envelope within a box. So I think far too often we hire the same people over and over and over, so then the organization does the same thing, and if it is, to Paula's point, the organization is making a profit, we don't want to make a change. And toxic cultures or a business that it may necessarily not be meeting the strategy or the strategic initiatives that I highlighted are successful because it's making a profit, but it does not necessarily mean that you're hiring the right people to do the right jobs at the right time. It just means that you're a profitable business, but it may not be a profitable business doing the right things or having the right people.
Thank you. So we have our final question here from the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Rochelle Lucas. I from Signet Globe Financial. Think outside the bank. And what Paula said.
And then on pay sponsorship.
What Paula said, and the gentleman here, sorry, I forgot your name. No, try to keep everything in mind. Nicholas, there you go. I totally agree with, and it has to do, in my opinion, with our education system. I will give you this example. I took some time off from work, and then I decided to apply for a job. I applied for a job. The probation period was 3 months. I was there for 2 months and 2 weeks because a major issue happened. It happened once. I was like, well, this is a lot. While I know I'm new, I know myself. I know my voice. I pen to paper, I typed it out, and I sent it off. Everybody agreed, and no one did anything. It happened again. And at that point in time, I thought to myself, this is not the place for me. So I was like, thank you so much. We can part ways now. No one's obligated yet. The owner, manager came, and he asked me to come to HR, and we're outside of HR, and I'm there. He's like, but if you felt this way, why you didn't come to me? And we have opportunities, and we're sending you overseas for management, and you're great at this. And I said, thank you so much. If I want to go overseas, I can, one. Two, you're not even addressing the issue. So I don't see how I'm going to stay with you, but thank you so much for the opportunity. And that was the end of it. I think that in our school system, we have to encourage the workforce that's coming out to be able to speak and to be able to articulate themselves, to let them know, I'm not going to stay here just because I'm going to get paid. You're hireable. You'll be okay. It's going to be all right. So to your point, it just brought that back up for me. There you go.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. So, parting words. We're just about to close the panel, but I know that this topic is dear to a number of our participants who would have sent this particular question. So, in the Caribbean, we are a resource-scarce nation. Region. We are resource-scarce. Compensation often does not meet expectations, our market, etc. Yet, we need to move forward. So I just want to ask two of the panelists to comment on how do we move forward, considering that resources are not going to be in the near future as abundant as those available in the first world. How do we move forward?
I think we need to start creating opportunities for people that don't necessarily want to work a 9-to-5 job. Look at just people that the creatives. I was looking at Lisa Hanna, who is now leaving government in Jamaica. She's a current MP, and she was upset because Jamaica is known for reggae music, but there's not a space there to let people that create music, people that are artists, etc., create job opportunities. So even in Barbados, people leave Barbados and go to, or just the region generally, leave Barbados or the region and go internationally because they don't have the opportunity to work in whatever field or sector. It doesn't even have to be a creative industry. It could be something as, in technology or whatever the case may be. So I think we need to look at the jobs that are coming up, the jobs that exist now. I think Carol mentioned it in his presentation about 30 minutes or so ago. They won't exist in the future. And just look at where the world is going and create opportunities for our workforce, because the jobs that are here now won't be in the future, and everyone doesn't necessarily want to work in a bank or work in HR or work in marketing. People want to do different things with their lives. So tap into the purpose of our workforce and see how it is that we can create opportunities that make money for those persons.
All right.
Jobs. We have to move away about thinking about jobs. We have to start thinking about careers. And we also need to stop thinking about job requirements. We need to start thinking about skills. A job is not transferable. A skill is transferable. An employee doesn't come to your organization to add value in a job. Mm-hmm. An organization needs to create a career set apart for this employee. If an employee sees a potential growth opportunity for them, for an organization for the next 5, 10 years, it's highly likely they'll stay and add value to the organization rather than just thinking I have a job and there's no plan for me here. So what happens, the employee will have to create the plans for themselves. And when we start thinking about it from a larger scale, forget organizations. A collective of organizations within a territory is run by government. So, and governments form a community. So we think about the Caribbean region. So we need to start thinking about skills that are transferable across organizations, industries, and even countries within the region. And we start creating higher level plans for the workforce to move. Because if we have a job and we need somebody to fill that job, we know for a fact that that person is not going to stay in that job forever. There's going to be transition. How do we prepare other employees to fill that role when this employee we push higher up to add more value? Because from an employee perspective, we think about compensation. Yes, you get compensation, you go higher. But the reason why you get higher compensation is because the decisions you make are more impactful to the organization. So you add more value. So if we get good employees moving through the system, adding more value, it's easier to replace from the bottom up, right? Rather than trying to replace externally.
Yeah.
It costs the organization more. So I think we need to start as an organization, especially with the recruitment question, think about what skills are there, how can we fill those skills internally and encourage that from the wider community. So it's more of like a corporate social responsibility, right, kind of initiative. You think bigger than the organization, you think more on value. And if an organization pushes on value, employees will also think about value. And of course, compensation is part of it. But in terms of a salary, but salary is just a part of your overall compensation. You know, so there are other benefits that will come with it.
Thank you.
Yes, Deanna.
Final word.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink where we look for talent. We need to rethink how we constitute our contracts. There are lots of people who do not want a Monday to Friday 9 to 5, but are willing to work. There are people who retired early and still have a lot to give. We need to get our leaders and our managers to move away from managing presence and proximity and looking into people who want to be hybrid and flexible. If we don't do those things, it will continue to shrink because that's where we are. We have to think creatively about where our people are and go get them.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can hear the room rumbling at that one. So the final thing I would say on that is that each organization represented here has a cause. And in the absence of compensation, research shows that people will stick around and tolerate undercompensation if they can believe in the cause that they're working towards. So, are you a boutique, or do you bring confidence through style to middle managers? I hope you see the difference between the two businesses. We're gonna have a 5-minute break, stretch break, bathroom break, and we'll meet you back here at 11:20 a.m.
So if anything, we'll message you. All right, thanks so much. No problem.
We're preparing to restart, so just inviting you to get back to your seats. All right, we are just about ready to get our next set of presentations going. But I must ask you, how have you been receiving the information so far? Do you think it's something that's useful for you so far? Yes, yes. I must say, I really like the frank discussions that are occurring. The honesty in the room has been really refreshing. All right, we are ready now for our next suite of speakers. The first being Alison Brown Ellis. Alison Brown Ellis is a visionary corporate executive with over 25 years of experience, currently leading Cave Shepherd Card Barbados, Inc. as CEO. She has been a driven industry-first leader and innovator in digital payments and financial services. A passionate advocate for leadership and women's empowerment, also very important to me. She is an author, speaker, and founder of Boss Ladies United. All right, let's give it up one time for the Boss Ladies. Let's give it up 2 times for the Boss Ladies. Dedicated to mentoring and inspiring future leaders. Let's welcome Alison Brown Ellis.
Good morning, everyone. So, as a leader, I feel as though I've just gone through a 360 review with these presentations. And I have to say, I'm going to give myself a little bit of a pat on the back because a lot of what you discuss is what I live daily in my role. I have a few of my team members here, so they'll keep me honest. And it's very important that what we share today, that it really translates into application, right? Because we talk a lot, and sometimes we get carried away with just absorbing as opposed to starting to make those little shifts in our behaviors, which are triggered by our mindset. So there's a lot of talk about leadership, but I'm not here to talk about that. That's a different session. So today I have, and I'm not good with technology, believe it or not, so. See what I tell you, Tracy? Okay, so am I going up, down, cross? Okay, now I do that. Okay, there we go. Or not. Right, so over the last, well, actually more than a decade now, I've been leading the Cave Shepherd Card Barbados Inc. business, which trades as Pace Digital for those that are not from Barbados. And in taking on the role at the time, after leaving the bank, I had some very big audacious goals for the business. And it took, within my first 90 days within the business, I spent some time reflecting on where this business needed to go because I was hired into a rapidly declining business. So imagine I left my job in the bank where I was on a trajectory to continue to excel, to go into a business that was declining. Now, that was a bold move, that was a challenging move, but I normally get excited at the thought of change. I get excited at the thought of managing anything and bringing life to anything. And in the first 90 days, I settled on a path to say, okay, well, how can I reframe what winning looks like for this business in a way that translated to my leader first, my board, second, and to my team, third, because I figured that if I could create a compelling vision that could pull them in to a part of the process, that one, I would have the resources to be able to do what I needed to do, so keep the board happy, but two, I would have a team that understood the vision and would buy into it and would together as a team, we would be able to move this business and transform this business in the way that we have done. So a couple of years at attended executive business school, and I'm there sitting, and the lecturer is talking about VUCA. How many of you have heard of that term? So he's talking about a VUCA world. I'm like, what is this man going on about? But I quickly started to live it, right, in practical terms, because it's really about living in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. And that collective acronym, it makes for a very dynamic, but it makes for a very intense approach to leadership. And one of the things that I thought would be useful in coming to present to you guys today was not just to talk about strategy, which I can do, but actually share with you our real life experience, right? From a Pace Digital perspective. So I'm going to make sure somebody keeps me accountable for time so I don't ramble, and just talk to you a little bit about who we are, just for the benefit of the persons that don't know in the room. What were the key strategic pillars that, as the leader, I focused on, and interestingly, because Dion forced me to pause and think, and I realized that the same core pillars that I took on, that I brought to this job day one, are still the core pillars that I live by in managing this business. And then talking a bit about our digital journey, and then going into some key considerations as I continue to run the business. So a little bit about Pace Digital, for those of you that don't know, we are a credit card and mobile app service provider, and we are a non-financial services institution. So we do what you will do with your bank in terms of having your credit card to shop globally, and then we've tapped on, as part of our strategy, we've evolved to add digital payments as part of that. Today we service over 30-something thousand customers. We're the largest credit card issuer in Barbados, not largest by value, but largest by volume, all right? And that's important. So what does our journey look like? There you go. So over the last, and I'm pretty sure it's 40 years. So over the last 40 years, there have been many iterations of, sorry, I like to move, but I'm really clumsy and I don't really want to take this down. So I'm gonna leave it. Over the last 40 years, it's fine, I'm good. Over the last 40 years, we have evolved from a revolving type product, all credit related. So giving a little bit of history for the persons that are not from Barbados, we would have had, as part of our business, our corporate structure, our company had an investment in retail businesses. So back in the 1980s, the business would have had the revolving type product, which is in the form of a purchase order. So that's how far back we started, right? So, and I know some people in here can resonate with the different iterations of the product over time. So you would have the purchase order, you would come with a piece of paper, and you would get whatever item from the retail store. We continued that evolution into having plastic without magstripe. Then magstripe came, we went to magstripe. And then I joined the business just around 2011, the beginning of 2011. And as part of what I faced as a declining business, because persons were only using the card at Christmas. So you had a product, you had thousands of customers, but you didn't really have profit because the persons were only shopping at Christmas, and then the whole year they pay off, and then they come. So that was the business model I came into, which, if when you're trained from my kind of banking experience, this is a recipe for success. So it's to look to figure out how we can transform this business. And without spending too much time on this particular graph, I think it is important to highlight that in that first period of time assessing the business, it was really looking at the situation analysis, understanding what was happening. So my guy on data was a big thing. But here's what else was a big thing. Understanding how the team was going to rally around such a big vision. That was a very big thing. And as we continued the strategy, as we developed and launched the strategy, it was important for every stakeholder in that process to understand what we were doing, where we were going, and their role in the process. And as we continued that, we had merchants all over Barbados, so we then, for the first time, moved outside of the retail store, added merchants. But you know what happens? And somebody mentioned it earlier. When you are executing a strategy, you must understand when it is still fit for purpose. So that strategy of adding the merchants, we started to grow at such a rapid rate that we would have tumbled over if we maintained that strategy. So we had to quickly accelerate from our short-term strategy to our medium-term strategy, which then took us into a partnership with Visa International. And no, we do not work through a bank. We have a principal membership license with Visa International. So that then helped us to continue on that trajectory, adding in mobile. And, there's some limitations that we're facing now because, as with any good strategy, there's always something to block it. So we're managing through some of those limitations regarding regulatory, et cetera. But I won't get into that. This is not the forum. So let's talk about the key pillars that, as the leader and as the one responsible for selling this idea and this big vision to the stakeholders, that kept me grounded as a leader. Culture, and we talked about culture all morning. These are in no particular order, but I live and breathe these things. Culture, and I split out professional development of my people, because beyond culture, if you keep that in there too closely, it can get overshadowed by some other things. So for me, I have that as a pillar, professional development. For the kind of rate of change and pace of change that we were executing, developing the people was core to the strategy. And then continuous improvement. So when I talk about continuous improvement, I'm not talking about it from the perspective of just the business. I say to the team all the time, if you are not growing at the same rate you should be growing at the same rate of the business or faster than the business. So it's very intentional. When I speak to continuous improvement, which I have layered Okay, got distorted. I have layered within continuous improvement, digital transformation, and I'll speak a bit about that, but I'm already getting time warning, so. And then we talk about service excellence. That is core, guys. When you go into an organization, there are a couple of things just for anyone that started a new role. You look at what the company does really well, and you look at what they need to change. This business understood service. So service excellence, we continue to build on that, not to strip it as one of our core pillars. So in thinking through, I will share this with you very quickly. One of the things in launching this strategy that became critical for me was creating a big, bold vision. That was one of the first things. And I'm a big McKinsey girl. I love to read their articles. So in the future of leadership, one of their articles, they speak about the fact that your vision has to be so bold, but you have to be able to dissect it so people can digest it. Hopefully that makes sense, right? And then it talks about the importance of having your board on board. If you do not get that right, you have a problem, and it starts very early in the process. And then the other thing was, and someone spoke about it, the skills assessment, understanding the gaps that exist and how you resource for that business. So we've gone from 11 persons, and I'm pretty sure we're at 40 or approaching 40 based on the open hiring that is still to be filled. And one of the other things that I really liked, and I thought, okay, yeah, I definitely considered this, is to treat the soft things as the hard things, because your culture, people think is airy-fairy and fluffy stuff, but it is crucial to your strategy and to your ability to succeed in the business. And I'm gonna have to speed through these, let me tell you. So I came into the business of Cape Shepherd 14 years ago this year, and the style was very top-down leadership, little strategic alignment in terms of the vision, excessive manual processes, and very little autonomy, but I could see, I have a gift for spotting potential, and I could see the potential within the team. So very quickly, we were able to create strategic alignment, continuous improvement. That is one of our pillars. So it's under culture, but it's stripped out separately. Starting to create projects to start the transformation process. So creating some subject matter experts that could lead those various things that we wanted to do. I'm a big quick wins kind of girl. So getting those things, because those build momentum in any project or any strategy. And then building things that were new and fresh, like strategic, like profit sharing models and, performance management process. When you're starting to build a team culture where you're driving change, the sense of urgency is critical. And the reason for that is that you're starting to unwind behaviors. They're starting to create new behaviors, and that was critical for us. And you all have heard the saying that culture will eat strategy for breakfast every day, so I don't need to, that's a given. And then we talked about people development, right? And looking at the skills gaps that existed. Now, we offer a product that is a core banking product. So the skills that I need for the job, they're probably within the banks, right? So I have a skills gap. I generally do have. If I look at the things that I would wish I could change, I do have a skills gap to be able to work the vision and to actually, accelerate the vision. But what happens? You work with what you have and you try to train and develop and nurture and all these things if you're a leader that cares, because I do care. I lead from the heart, right? So we spoke about, within this people development pillar, it was continuous learning, not just about cross-training internal, but getting them in forums and stuff like this so that they understand and hear different perspectives. We talked about the performance management process, and somebody said it already, if you don't monitor and measure, then it's hard, right? It's hard to not know where you're going, and not only that, you could still be going, I think the panel said this, but you're leaving your people behind. So that's something that we had that for sure was important to me. And then keeping persons agile so that their mindset is wired for growth. And then let's talk a little bit about digital transformation. I'm going to use up my 5 minutes? My 5 minutes on digital transformation. Because as you saw from our various iterations and the various milestones that we had, it wasn't just about kind of changing the product. When we changed, every photo you saw was a new birth of innovation that came, but it was all very customer-centric. Every single big thing that we do, we consult with our customers, and the reason for that is that if you get it right for the customer, the profits tend to follow, right? And in this world where we're living now, we have we're managing phygital channels, so digital and physical environments, and creating the right blend and fix and model that manages that. But it's also important when you're in a very dynamic industry to focus on these two other things: the understanding the outlook of the industry, and also the ability to make sure you're educating for what is to come. So the customer knowledge of understanding. We took customers that went from purchase orders to mobile apps. So the level of investment in knowledge and not just helping our business, but helping the industry of Barbados, because we're still very much a cash society, right? So a lot of work has gone into that. And then focusing on the surface experience, making sure that the team understands that their job is not just to provide customer service, but to add extra value so that our customers feel as though they're being taken care of, which is a very different thing than just putting a product on the market, right? And now I definitely feel like I'm speed reading. So monitoring and strategic evaluations. If it doesn't get monitored, it can't get measured, right? And that's big. So I went into the business. We had no board meetings. That's the first thing. So I treated it as though I did, but really and truly I didn't. I created a board meeting structure because I wanted to be held accountable for this roadmap that I had earmarked that we were going to be following. And it's only in 2021 that we actually separated our business to a separate legal entity. So that's when the formality of governance and boards, but the practice was already in place, right? Team meetings, strategic planning retreats, team retreats, these are all things that help to understand the pulse of the business when you are going off track and being able to recalibrate and bring realignment back to the business. And all the other things that now come with us having a formal corporate structure, like audits are coming out of our ears. And then what do I consider, because everybody may have a different perspective, but the things that I consider to be our key successes was the ability to, and I want to tell you guys, it was a year and 2 months to get through and succeed with the visa due diligence. So we're a little Caribbean island, not a bank, asking Visa, Big Mama Visa, for a license, and they said yes. So that's a big deal for us, and we were the first non-bank in the LAC region to qualify for that. Strong market positioning, we rebranded in 2021, and we didn't lose any brand equity. Persons did not have a big fuss in the market, so it says that we did something right in terms of being able to understand the brand equity we had and treat to it with care. Our ability to partner with government, with the integration of the QR code technology on our EasyPay platform, and we have just been growing. So profitability has been up year on year since I've been at the helm of this business, so we have done exceptionally well, growing from 11 million in receivables to almost 70 million in receivables. So while maintaining delinquency, yeah? So that is, and even in COVID, but again, it came with the care of how we handled our customers. So that is pretty much it. I didn't focus the presentation on the realities of the challenges that we face, some of them being the skills gap, which I mentioned, but we've grown so fast that finances is now something I spend all of my time on because we have to be able to fund the business, and we're very much self-funded. Our parents said, you want to grow up? Well, go take care of yourself. And that's something that I spend a lot of time on. And then obviously being conscious of cyber and AI and all these other things that are now part of our reality. So that's it for me. I didn't get buzzed off the stage, so I'm hoping that I did. Thank you, guys.
You were right at the buzzer, so I didn't have to play the music, to let you know. All right, thank you so much, Allison. That was a wonderful presentation. We really enjoyed it and look forward to hearing more of your insights on the panel. We move on to customers are talking, but are you listening? And that will be led by Tracy Knight-Lloyd. Tracy Knight-Lloyd is a passionate marketer, autism advocate, and customer experience leader with over 20 years in marketing and financial services. Now Vice President of Customer Experience for Sagicor, Southern Caribbean, she drives transformative customer strategies, streamlines service operations, and champions meaningful connections all while enjoying a good time, a good laugh, and a great meal she didn't have to cook. Let's welcome Tracy Knight-Lloyd.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So, I'll start my presentation today by saying when I was 18 years old, I considered myself somewhat a rebel. I think I've outgrown that now. So my parents were making preparations for me to go to university, and they said, Tracy, go sign up for Cave Hill, sign up for some other universities, Mona, and then we'll decide. But you'll probably spend a year at Cave Hill, and then we'll decide. So I decided that I wasn't going to follow that route. I did apply to all of the universities, but I only accepted the position at the placement at Mona. So my dad says, where are you going? I said, well, I can only go to Mona. That's the only school that has offered me a place. And I remember him saying, okay, I'm going to go to the insurance company and see and get you sorted. I said, insurance, Daddy? Everybody going to the bank. Where are you going to insurance? And he said, that's the investment I've made, and that's where your educational funding will come from. And that was a good feeling to know that, he had it covered. So when I go to work, that's where my passion comes from, to make sure that everybody has that same good customer experience that I did at 18, right? So I'm not rebelling anymore. So today we're going to look at customers are talking, but are you listening? And the first slide is basically what customer experience is not, because a lot of people get mixed up. And my favorite definition comes from my friend Vusi. Yeah, he's my friend, even though he lives all the way in South Africa. So have a listen to what he says. Audio. He's now plugging in the wireless. I can see him from up here. I'm not taking the blame for this one, sir. I see you. It's not going to be long, but I really just want to. All right. Whoa, that's not me either. So basically, what I did over the course of the years, I started customer experience in 2015. So I've been in the business for about 10 years, and I've developed a C Excellence framework. Sorry, guys. Go.
Experience is customer service is this. Customer service has a department, customer experience does not. If you're a customer service organization, there is a department whose role it is to look after servicing customers and keeping them happy. If you're a customer experience organization, then actually all of us are responsible for how the customers experience our business. You come to my head office in Santos, they call it the richest square mile in Africa. True story, more GDP per capita in that little square mile than any other part of the continent. Come to my office. As you walk in at reception, there is a little sign at reception that reads, "Hello, family." It's a rule that if you come and visit us, whoever it is that receives you first must offer you something to drink. Not the receptionist must offer you something to drink. All of us have the same responsibility of caring for the customer. So finance can never say, "That's not my job."
I think it was worth it. So, as I was saying, I started this journey 10 years ago, 2015. A colleague of mine says, I got some issues happening in my neck of the woods. Could you come over and help me? You're a problem solver, and this is what I need you to do. So I didn't have a guidebook, I didn't have any policy before, I didn't have any predecessors. Customer experience was brand new in Sagicor in the Southern Caribbean. So over the course of those years, I've developed what I call the C Excellence Framework, which looks at both a blend of strategic and operational initiatives around customer experience. The reality is that if I were in North America or Canada, I would probably only be doing strategy. But we have to be realistic about our operations in the region, and you will be also responsible for customer-facing operations. So you heard a lot today about employee engagement and customer engagement. The two are linked. Customer engagement, customer experience can't survive without good employee engagement. So if your employee engagement sucks, your customers, I say if your employees are bleeding, your customers are passing out. We look at customer experience metrics, customer experience analytics, customer advocacy, which is what I refer to, some people refer to as complaints management. I've taken it away from that because we want it to be positioned as the place where customers can advocate for themselves. And then, of course, the voice of the customer. Let's hear from this guy. No, we can skip this one, but this is Jeff Bezos basically saying he's so obsessive about customers.
But the number one thing that has made us successful by far is obsessive compulsive focus on the customer as opposed to obsession over the competitor. And I talk so often to other CEOs and some other CEOs and also founders and entrepreneurs, and I can tell that even though they're talking about customers, they're really focusing on competitors. And it is a huge advantage to any company if you can stay focused on your customer instead of your competitor. So then you have to identify who is your customer. So at the Washington Post, for example, is the customer the people who buy advertisements from us? No, the customer is the reader. Full stop. The customer is the reader. And then, by the way, where do advertisers want to be? Advertisers want to be where there are readers. So it's really not that complicated. You know, it comes around really well.
So there you have it. I guess you don't need a bigger advocate than that, and obviously what he has is working because Amazon is Amazon. I recently did this conference and they said we needed to focus on facts, not feelings, and I quite like that headline, so I used it. But these are the facts. The reality is that customer-centric companies are 60% more profitable, 86% of customers are willing to pay more, 1.6 trillion US dollars is the cost of customer switching. And please pay attention to this last fact, that 70% of companies that deliver exceptional customer experience use customer feedback. So I'm here to tell you today that if you have to implement a customer experience strategy, your budget is limited and you can only do one thing, this is the program you should do. You should absolutely implement a voice of customer program. If you're focused on the customer, this is the one strategy that will help you drive greater customer centricity in your organization. We call it customer listening. And truly what it is looking at timely and relevant insights, which are key to solving your customer's dilemma. I always say, listen to understand, not to justify. Because some people get customer data and they say, oh, that's because the customer didn't understand. They didn't understand, you have a problem. That's not the customer's problem, that's your problem. So listen to understand, not to justify. And there's significant value in listening. You can glean and use customer feedback to focus the organization around the customer. So people don't believe that it's just the job of those people over there, the people that answer the phone. It moves away the organization to make more customer-centered decisions, and it helps you to know your customers on a granular level. I remember saying to someone, I need to do this research. Oh, you want to get granular? I'm like, yeah, I would like to get granular. And I give you a small story. Can't tell too many stories because the confidential business we're in. I walked out into our customer-facing area one day. I happened to be on the floor, and the couple walked in. And the couple walked in, and they started to do their business. The husband asked for a document that we only print one copy of. I was there. I was able to say, yes, we can give them another copy. It's not that serious. I observed the interaction. The salutation was on. The transaction itself finished quickly in the time frame. The closing was on. Everything was good. So I get in my feelings now and I in my ego because I've witnessed this relationship and I know it was bang on. And I said, so how was your experience with us today? And the wife looks at me and she says, well, I normally come here with him because I like the French vanilla that you serve in your waiting room, but you didn't have French vanilla today. I said, French vanilla? She's like, yes, I like the French vanilla. I apologized. And I quickly went to our office assistant. Her name is Princess, and that's her real name. And I said, Princess, but what happened when we ain't got French vanilla? She said, Tracy, that's what the customers like. We're running out of French vanilla often. And I was like, seriously? She said, but nobody likes the mocha. I said, well, double up on the French vanilla and get rid of the mocha. And I mean, that's a simple story. And you may think, oh, Tracy just talking about coffee. But the reality is, I didn't have the French vanilla, and she didn't have a good experience with us. She came for her insurance business, but everything is wrapped up in the experience, okay? So don't get tied up. If the people like French vanilla, start the French vanilla, okay? But understand you have to get granular to provide the full experience. Everybody's happy when they first have everybody's happy when they first have a onboarding experience. Everybody's happy. They're buying a new car, they're buying a new dress. But what are the things that happen after the sales? And that's why customer feedback is important. You are going to get good reviews when you onboard folks. They're happy, they got what they wanted. But how are they behaving and how are you treating them during the course of your relationship, right? Driving process improvement is a big one. Customer feedback should drive process improvement if your organization is working the way that it should. Open your ears and listen, as the Bajan old people would say. Talk to your customers via electronic and telephone surveys. Get on the road, go out there. You know, I didn't always have a big budget. I took myself on the road, faced my brokers, listened to what they had to say, handled it like the big girl I am, and came back and dealt with it, because sometimes you have to do that, and that's important. This program should be structured. You capture both unsolicited and solicited feedback. A lot of people just capture unsolicited feedback, but you must ask certain questions as well. Unsolicited feedback would be things like complaints and commendations. Those are important. When? The research folks will tell you, oh, once a year is fine. And a lot of people do once a year because they need to satisfy that NPS number for bonus and performance management. That is absolutely wrong. So you upset Miss Paris in Pike Corner in January. You really think she's going to remember the full details of that when you survey her in December? But believe you me, between January and now, she's told everybody she knows about how bad your service is, and you haven't had a chance to correct it because you only talked to her in December when she got over it, right? So that annual thing that people push down your throats, just stop it. Stop it. Don't let them do it. Self-included, right? Where? All your touch points. Wherever your customers interface with you, that's where you need to be talking to them. That's where you need to be engaging with them. That's where you need to be getting your feedback. What are you capturing? So you have to make sure that your surveys are relevant and that there's structure to what your business is. You know, sometimes people send out surveys and they like to say, oh, I sent out a survey, or I'm talking to my customers, and they do this blanket thing. And they're asking you about Nissans in Dominica when you sell Toyota. Don't do that. Make sure that your information is tailored to your audience and questions. And the other thing is, if you've solved a pain point, don't keep asking them about the pain point when you know that you solved it. If that is a vanity metric, you won't feel good, don't do it. Take it out if you know that it's no longer a pain point, right? And then don't ask customers for stuff that you can get in your internal analytics. If you know they're using a specific service and your numbers show you, don't say, do you know about our service? Why? You can see. If anything, the follow-on question is, how was your experience using it, and how should we improve it, right? So those are the things that you really need to look out for when you're capturing the data. So this is where the rubber meets the road. So you're feeling fussy as a customer experience person, that you've done your voice to the customer, and that you have all this data you can show management. But your responsibility doesn't stop there. When I first started this journey, at one point they were calling me the FBI. I was like, okay. So I changed it to forward thinking, business focused, and intentional, FBI. Because now you, as the customer experience practitioner, you are the voice of the customer in the room. So now what you have to do is turn those insights into action. You have got to get the organization to understand that these are customer pain points, and we have got to improve, and we have got to drive process improvements. This is where people will give you the side. I say, you're talking about my department. This is where you will get some serious tension. But if you're in a healthy culture, people will welcome it and say, come on, Tracy, let's go. Let's do better for our customers. One of the things that the surveys will throw up as well, and we spoke about employee engagement, is that you will hear people say good things about your team members. If you do surveys and you do customer feedback, and the folks have nothing good to say, please go to NIS and see what's happening with your money, because you are going to go out of business, pretty much. But you will hear positive things, and please use that as an opportunity to celebrate your employees. Whatever reward or recognition programs you have, you should be rolling that into those programs, because you do need team members to celebrate team members who are driving a good customer experience. There's no number on there, so good for you. I can't behave at all. So team up, guys. This is now the time for you to look at cross-functional collaborations. This is the time to get the business together, rally behind one cause, that is the customer. Drive those process improvements across the whole piece. Get everybody involved, everybody sees the customer journey, everybody wins in that aspect. CX metrics, I don't want to spend too much time on these, but coming out of your surveys, then you develop your metrics. Your metrics are not organizational metrics. Your metrics are what impacts the customer. So don't tell me I processed this document in 3 days when the customer asked for it 5 days ago. That's a vanity metric. The metric is from when the customer requests it till when they get it, right? That is it. So, you know, people say, oh, I turned this wrong in 2 days, but the customer waited 2 weeks, right? Those are the kind, and these surveys will show you what their threshold is for waiting on those things. Turnaround times are important. The scores I love to use, I love Net Promoter Score. I believe that that is a real gauge of customer satisfaction, well, not satisfaction, but customer commitment to your organization. I like effort score, how difficult or easy it is you're making it for customers to do business with you. And obviously, advocacy rates. Do not take 20 days to solve a complaint. I don't have the big theory for it, but I say this. You didn't take 20 days to take their money, so why are you taking 20 days to solve their complaint? Straightforward. Right? Feelings matter in CX. Sentiment analysis is important. On a serious note, sometimes we look at all the cold numbers, but how you make a customer feel impacts how they continue to do business with you and how they refer others to you. So feelings do matter. So it is very important as well to capture the sentiments of how your customer experienced your organization to guide you as to how you should improve your customer experience. And finally, I would say to be the voice of the customer when they're not in the room. If there's one thing that you can take away from me today, if you have a customer experience strategy to roll out, consider, and you can do one thing, do a voice of the customer program. Make sure you have a structured program of collecting customer feedback. Be intentional about it, capture it from as many places as possible, and make sure that you then use that to translate those insights into action. I know I had to rush, so you could take a picture of my contact information. If you need, I can provide a guide of some of the questions that you can use to start your VOC. Just send an email, call it customer listening, so I'll know what it is, and I'll send you that information. But definitely remember, your customers are talking, you better be listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Tracy, for that presentation. And I must say, as a customer myself of Sagicor, I remember having such a wonderful experience with an agent that I actually wrote and, commended her in that space. So whatever you're doing, clearly it's working, bad behavior aside. Okay, so we have our second prize of the day, and it goes to, drum roll again, please. Lynette Taylor, who was the first person to come up to the mic and ask questions during our Q&A. See, it pays to step up to the mic. All right. So moving along, we will have a presentation now on bridging the tech gap through digital strategy planning, and that will be done by Captain Carl Branch, who is a certified information systems security professional and certified port executive. He brings experience in cybersecurity, intelligence, and technological innovation. A Barbados Defense Force veteran, he has pioneered AI-driven security solutions at the port and serves as chair of the OAS Technical Advisory Group on Port Protection, driving the integration of cutting-edge technologies in port operations. Now, this conversation that he will have with us will replace the workshop on this same topic of bridging the digital divide. So let's welcome Captain Carl Branch.
Thanks very much, Leanne, and thank you everyone for the opportunity on behalf of my team to share our experience regarding implementing technology to achieve our strategies. Now, the first thing I want to bring to your attention is that strategy is nothing without vision. Absolutely nothing. Just a word. About 7 years ago, the entire direction of the port changed. We had a new board, we had a new chairperson. And the chairperson, she changed the vision of the port. So we had a traditional maritime-centric vision. And one day she came and she said, Carl, you can have a new vision here, and the vision is to be the most innovative green maritime hub in the world by 2030. Now, to tell you that she said that, and a lot of us didn't like, yeah, right? But that was beaten into, sorry. That was institutionally reinforced in the executive of the port. And once there was an assignment of who was responsible for that, it was then up to us to ensure that mindset was passed on to the team. And the first thing to do, I had a professor once, a very bright man here, Stuart Bishop, and he used to say, what isn't written isn't said. So we started to write everything. The first thing we did is we put that new vision statement on a sign everywhere. And it's for two reasons. One, you are to remind yourself this is the company's strategy. But two, and more importantly, you got to remember that everybody else seeing the company's strategy. And if this strategy fails, they're seeing you. And you got to remember that every day. The second thing is we placed it in our strategic business plan. This is a plan that comes out. It is available for the public. It's available for staff. So everyone sees on paper what your strategy is. And then where technology came in, we actually placed it. We have 11 company strategies. 2 of them are dedicated to IT. The first one was to transition towards a digital eco-services, and the second one was to converge physical and cybersecurity into our general operation. So the first thing we did was we built a port community system. Now, most people like to blame the port anchor. So if my barrel, I can get my barrel, and it's the port's fault. Now, understand this. The port is a community. You went for your barrel, but you had to deal with customs. You probably didn't get it because it had foodstuffs. That's a function of port health, et cetera, et cetera. But the port is the collective noun adopted by us as Bajans for everything that happens inside there. So we built a port community system. The team literally traveled the world looking at several port community systems. And at the end, we were told, you could do what everyone else does. We have a system in Jamaica. You can buy a system from Europe. And it will only cost 7 million euros. And it will only take 2 years to modify this European system to suit the nuances of Barbados. And we said, technology is the greatest leveler. So we ain't buying nothing. We can build this. We can build this from scratch. And you start to hire people, you start to change the norms, and you say, we're going to build this from scratch. So we did. And we recognize that technology is available once you have the money to implement it, so we started to dabble with artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence did not become the forte only of the technocrats. The executive members who are responsible for the decision-making also became certified. You got a brain? It doesn't matter where up or down in the hierarchical chart you are, you know. If you're both learning, you learn. If you are in charge of people, if you have to make leaders, you have to make decisions, and as a leader you want to make informed decisions, you better have that information up here. If not, you're going to either make mistakes or you can get tricked. One of the two. So you learn. It doesn't matter how, well, doing masters 20 years ago, so what? Your brain still working? Cognitive ability still working? Get on top of this. So we built a system, and we included elements of artificial intelligence, data insights, and pretty much what it does is it takes copious information, more information than you can typically think about. It uses algorithms to derive logical inferences and give you an expectation of this is what's going to happen in the future. And we started to make decisions on that. And then it became recognized. So the port then won the Navis World Award for Digital Innovation. The following year, we won the 2023 Award for Cybersecurity in Ports, going up against ports all over the world. And we won the American Association. If you win anything with the Americans, anyway. Association of Ports Authority with regard to innovation intelligence. And late last year, we were invited to something called Insights. And Barbados Port was the only country from the Western Hemisphere invited to this Insights Forum. And last month, we found members of the UAE coming to Barbados to engage us with regard to what we built. Now, out of all these things, I remember when we went to Rotterdam. We went to Rotterdam to deliver one of the keynotes on using technology to implement strategy. And when we got to the airport, immigration said, come out the line. What's going on here? And the officer said, well, sir, I want you to see my manager. I want you to see my manager, no problem. He said, well, this passport, Barbados, I've never heard of this country. I said, you will. That cost me another 10 minutes in immigration, but the point is, as a Bajan, I had to get that off of my chest. So going forward, it really is not business as usual, because as we develop this strategy, we found now the opportunity to expand on it. And the application that we built, the use of it was then purchased by Belize Port Authority. So Belize Port Authority pays Barbados a sum to use our technology for their port. And as far as we are concerned, this is the first step to ensure that our technology becomes the norm. Thank you. Becomes the norm for the entire Caribbean. Because if you're going to take over the world, you got to take over the Caribbean first. But that's the point. Now, there are two overlooked parts, important components when it comes to implementing strategy, especially using technology. The first is the theory of relativity. So here looking at Stephen Robinson, we went to school together, we were in physics class, and at that point in time, this man, Einstein, you remember the theory of his dealing with relativity. Everything is relative to everything else. That's not only physics, that's business. That's the business that we all are leaders in. So it is not only how you see yourself, but it's how you are seen. Not only from a business perspective, but as a professional. So you might think you got a big title and use all of that. And I might be up here. That might not be so, you know. But that's going to impact how you apply your strategy and how your strategy application is received. Muchas gracias, 10 minutos, no problema. How your strategy is received. Now, the second one is this. If you know what this is, you all. This is how we all used to smell in the ZR, going school, feelings, body spray. But as Tracy said, don't let your feelings cloud your judgment. As leaders, as persons responsible for the application of strategy, take your ego and park it. Because you're right. Paula said this earlier. Leaders, people in this room, are very often the biggest opponents of change. You know why? You're frightened. You want to be known for what you are known for, and you want that to be forever. And the moment that there is change, especially in technology, you think you are yielding something. You are going out of a realm for which you are familiar, for which you're known, and you're going to lose some of that reputation. Adopt a different one. That's what we did at the port. Accept that with technology, you're going to have younger, brighter, faster minds, but they're just dealing with the heavy lifting. You are dealing with the direction. You are dealing with the strategy. I remember back in military days, there was an exercise we had to do. So you took your troops out in the field with a Land Rover, and then the Land Rover ran out of gas. And you had to determine how to get your troops and this Land Rover where it had to go. At that time, I was like, you know what, I want to show that I'm a team player. So I can join with the men, and we can push this Land Rover to where it's going. And I failed, hard. And I remember the directing staff saying, Mr. Branch, when you get behind the Land Rover and you push, who's driving it? Where is it going? What's the route? You're the one here who has the understanding of map reading. Did you plot the most efficient course for this Land Rover to go? No, sir. So you actually helped push this Land Rover 10 miles up a hill, when you could look at the contours on the map and you could have pushed this 7 miles on flat land. Understand that as a leader, your job is strategy. You have the intellect, the experience, and the expertise to ensure that you get where you're going efficiently. Because if you do not know where your end result is, any strategy will get you there. That sounds good, I like that. So the question then is, what really is strategy? And how are we going to use technology to ensure that we get there? The fact of the matter is, strategy, especially in a fast-changing world where technology is the major tool, takes into consideration where you want to go in a very competitive field. So if you plot your strategy and you exclude your competitors and your customers, you are also excluding all the possibilities that you will face. It's like a chess game. You make a move, but don't feel like everybody else is not making a move too. So you have to be cognizant of all the different moves that can be made in your environment, which are moves against you or for you. And because technology is the greatest leveler, you don't necessarily have to be very funded. You just have to have the right people with the right understanding of where you want to go. So if I had a crystal ball, I would think of these 3 things. The first one is the use of artificial intelligence. It is going to become the mainstay of your planning. Don't take it personal. Everybody thinks artificial intelligence is going to apply to every other job except theirs. So even small things in the organization where, for example, you might have minutes, and you would have become accustomed to somebody writing minutes. I had an aunt, and I remember she was so proud when she did Pitman. And we were proud for her. No, I can't imagine somebody coming to you and saying, yeah, I could write in shorthand, or I could type so. We got technology, you can record the board meeting, and then you can use one of the free apps, and you can transpose it into words. 15 minutes later, and you're done. So if you are telling me that it takes you 2 weeks to produce minutes, no. I can say, or I go to some boards, I can produce it in 15 minutes. It's as simple as that. The second thing is it's going to offer a complete competitive advantage. And this is the hallmark of a good strategy. Because as part of your strategy, understand that the environment is going to change, and you have to be nimble to adapt to that change. And finally, 2 minutes left, and finally, as Tracy mentioned, understand your people. Because you could have all the technology in the world, you can have the best strategy in the world. But if your team is not going to engage that strategy on your behalf, as you say, go NIS, because you're going out of business. So therefore, as you implement strategy using technology, ensure that your people remain relevant, not just your functionaries, every person, including your executives, remain relevant in the use of your technology to achieve that strategy. That way, as the environment changes, you remain resolute and steadfast within it, especially when compared to your customers. Ladies and gentlemen, I can only thank you very much. I remind you that as leaders, as strategists, you are responsible for what occurs on your watch, despite how you might feel personally. When you say to yourself, facts, not feelings, that's a fact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I'm starting to feel like I need to make this disclaimer that, you know, I'm just the messenger when it comes to the time check. I want folks to be able to get out of here on a good time, make sure you get your full lunch time. So, you know, don't shoot the messenger or shoot them dirty looks, as has been the case so far. All right. I want to welcome Dion back to the podium, as well as Allison and Tracy, as we have our next panel discussion. Let's welcome them back.
All right, thank you so much. 3 excellent presentations. Thank you. So one of the things that we do in strategic planning is to not only look at the internal environment, but to look at the external environment, of course. Right? So in doing that, we look at things like the economy, we look at demographic trends, we look at, you know, any number of things that are happening that are beyond our control. So my first question for the panel, what are some trends that you are watching now? Of course, right now we have an aging economy, aging population. They're talking about the silver economy. We have advances in technology, which sometimes feel in the Caribbean region like we are a little bit behind, but the port has showed us, that's not true. We can catch up. So there's AI, there's robotics, and you know, there's a great advancement or rapid advancements of technology. Of course, there's the tariff wars, and there's so many things that we have to consider. So what is one trend that you are watching and why? So I'm going to start with you, Carl.
Thanks. So the trend I am watching is the use of, and it might be a strong word, but it's the word that comes to mind, the use of easily available, unregulated AI. I am going to bring it right down to probably the most common thing. So in our businesses, we have to write, we have to analyze, and we are still enamored by good-looking, articulate responses. I am here to tell you, as leaders, as senior managers, as CEOs, probably half of those responses get come from a machine. Because people, and your staff, people in general, work in smart, not hard. So you give me a set of financials and tell me analyze these. Nah, I can buy the paid version of ChatGPT. I can upload this. I can give you a result the next day. And I like that term you use, vanity metrics. Cheese don't boys. And tomorrow I can give you a well-read summary of these financials, and you're gonna say to yourself, he real bright. He went through these financials and produced this in a day. He's the biggest thing. Right? So one of the trends we have to look at is the availability and the use of unregulated artificial intelligence to everyone. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Allison?
Yeah, well, I will have to endorse that considering that I just got AI'd. So literally, someone took my video and put an AI voice over it, and it's in circulation. So no, this is real. This is real stuff that Carl is talking about. I would say, because I don't want to repeat, but I endorse that this thing that keeps me from sleeping at night, cyber threats and the cyber attacks, that is the thing that I'm watching the closest. The nature of our business is such that I have to keep on that. Over the last couple of years, I want to say about 4 years now, we became very intentional in bolstering our infrastructure to make sure that, I think there's a statistic that said at some point every company is going to have a cyber breach, and I'm not looking forward to that day for our business, because I'm going to be at the forefront of the news, repeating, responding to the questions and the queries. So I think that's where we've put a lot of investment in the last 4 years. We've hired for it, we've bought the technology, we've invested in partnerships with the experts. So spending a lot of time there and recognizing that a breach for us is significant because of the size of the base, and also making sure that the social responsibility that comes with doing the right thing, right? And I say this, sometimes you have to make sure it's not just about doing what feels good, it's about doing the right thing in the moment, and we have a serious responsibility. So when it comes to measuring profitability versus sustainability of the business down the road, we make the investment.
Well, I'm going to take a slightly different approach. AI is concerning, yes, and obviously there's a lot of bias that can enter AI. And as a region, I believe that we will suffer from that, in that may not be enough information on AI in ChatGPT about us and represent us accurately. But as a region and where I sit, maybe it's because I'm an insurer, but I'm actually quite concerned about our health, the state of our health across the region, the rise of our NCDs. To have an unhealthy population is not going to be good for us across the region. If you think about it, it impacts everything, the state of the workforce, the retirement, employment, everything. And I'm looking at how that parlays as well into human behavior. Obviously, I'm into customer experience, so I find that human behavior across the region is changing. And obviously that means that there's going to be a different kind of consumer behavior as well. But for sure, I think the rise of NCDs across the region, and I think it's something that we really have, because we could talk all this, but if sick people can't be very productive. So that's the trend that I'm looking at, how our behaviors are changing, how we are changing as consumers, and how we are really living, and our wellness or lack thereof.
You know, when you say wellness, you're always going to stroke something in me. Thank you for raising that, Tracy. Thank you. All right, so I do want to remind you that we have Captain Branch here, Carl. And when we talk about bridging the technology gap, we are replacing the afternoon workshop with his time here. He has some high-level meetings that he has to attend. So I want to invite you to, if you have any questions, please come to the podium, and remind you that his time here will be replacing that particular afternoon workshop. And I'm going to go to one of the tabletop questions now, tabletop conversations. So panel 2, in case you didn't get to panel 2, you can turn over the card. What are the 3 biggest mistakes that you think leaders make in strategy implementation, and how can they be avoided?
All right, I can give one. You can do the other two. I think one of the biggest ones that I see, again, it has to do with ego or not accepting that you don't know everything, is planning a strategy and having the technology of that strategy based on what currently exists. Not recognizing, let's say you plan a 5 or 10-year strategy, not recognizing that the technology or even the mechanics that you are basing that strategy on will not be the foundation mechanics 5 years from now. So either extend your thinking, but again, sometimes we feel uncomfortable where we have to extend past the boundaries within we are comfortable or knowledgeable, and speak about things that we might not know about. But do understand that the rate of the technology change is such that if you base your strategy on what currently obtains, it will be a great strategy, but it will not be achievable because it will be dated, it will be obsolete. So the means to achieve the objectives, which are the components of that strategy, will be defeated with newer technology. To me, that's one of the biggest problems that senior leaders make when it comes to strategic planning and then finding the technological objectives to support that strategy. Accept that what will be driving the objectives will be more advanced than what you are thinking about right now. So if you use that strategy, someone else will come appreciating that and beat you on it.
Thank you, thank you. Allison?
I would say that communication is one of the most critical elements for strategy implementation. I'm not a fan of strategic documents that go in a drawer. I've lived that life before, so I'm not a fan. I think strategic implementation done well is when you're managing up and managing down. So you have to ensure that the communication strategy to make sure the buy-in of the board, the confidence and the trust that they have is there. So it's managing your leaders, and leaders being not just the direct but the board. And then it's then translating that in a way that allows for simplification, that the team that you're then leading and expecting to execute on that strategy, that they get it. Right? And not just a one-time kind of engagement, but how do you check the pulse of where you're going? How do you check the pulse of how the team is managing through that implementation? I think those are some of the things that we don't always get right.
Well, I agree with Allison on stakeholder engagement. You know, years ago, my dad, he would say to me, Tracy, don't be rushing in there and making changes without talking to the folks, you know, talk to the people, spend time talking to the people. And I find that sometimes you don't canvas a wide enough net, cast a wide enough net to get enough feedback from as many people as possible to inform what could go well in this strategic implementation. But one of the things that I recently learned and I've started to implement is to do a pre-mortem. I know typically we would do a post-mortem, we look at evaluation, what went wrong, but now what my team and I do, we sit down and we say, if this were to fail, what could cause it? So we call it a pre-mortem. So we sit down and say, what could possibly go wrong? So we, from the beginning, we look at where are the gaps, what we missed, what we could have possibly missed, what could possibly go wrong before we roll out a strategy. And I find that that kind of repositions it a lot, and it helps you fine-tune your strategy. But definitely going in thinking, brainstorming with a number of stakeholders, making sure that you have all the relevant stakeholders. Because I've been in meetings where we've galloped off with a solution only for the person to realize the tech person we had in the meeting was not the tech person who knew what was really happening. So definitely I would say that pre-mortem exercise, I find that has helped us a lot in terms of how we implement our strategies.
Thank you, thank you. My final question for the panel this afternoon. There's so many demands on your time. There's so many demands. How do you focus on the long-term strategic vision in the face of all the short-term operational things that are happening? So I'm going to start with Tracy.
You start with me?
Yes. How do you balance?
Do I focus?
How do you keep that
balance?
focus? Yeah.
If I'm honest, honestly, I look at the people piece. Sometimes a lot of things are happening at once, and I kind of center myself by saying, how are your people? What's happening with your people? What decision you need to make to either make sure that your people are in the best place or that your people need to accomplish the strategy. So I kind of center it that way, focus on the team, and then look at the short term and the long term. Off the record, off the record, but I say, and then my second question is, what will get me fired if I don't do it? That kind of focuses me. I'm real. People who know me know that about me. But it is difficult to balance the short term and the long term, and sometimes there are things that may need to happen in a way that could either enhance the business or put the business at peril. But you speak up for yourself and you say, listen, this is where I know that this is what you would have expected this deadline to be, to hit this long-term plan now. But I really felt that we should have taken it slowly because there are people involved, and this is how we want to roll this out, and this is the best way to do this at this time. You really have to stand up for yourself sometimes, and if you have to defend or justify why you may not be focusing on a long-term plan or as far ahead in a long-term strategy as you should be. So those are the ways that I look at it, because if your team isn't in a good place, you really can't achieve short or long term. So I try to use that as the way to center myself to see, well, what do they need and how are they coping and what's happening with them.
Thank you. Allison?
I would definitely say for me it is about, I guess, based on where I sit now, I spend so much time focusing on strategy and financing and everything else that I would say that 80% of my time right now is spent on future-proofing the business, right? So I have a 20% bird's eye view on the entire ecosystem of the business. And when I see something going off, I call that young lady there in the room and I say, fix it. because I'm focusing on all these other things. And therefore, I still have a pulse of the people because it's very important to me. As I said, I lead from the core of who I am. I love people, and I want to make sure they have an environment that they can thrive in, but equally, I need to make sure that my eyes are down the road and managing up as well, because when you're doing this much transformation in a business that was not used to transformation, you have to make sure that you can keep calm within the powers that, they're the ultimate decision makers and the purse holders, right? So it's very important for me to keep that kind of futuristic view, but kind of still maintain the pulse of the business at day to day.
Thank you. Carl?
So for me, I have two approaches. I will start with the harder one. This is the one that took me a long time to learn. I'm still fighting with it. When I am dealing with my charges, my managers, my team leads, I I don't impose the overall strategic vision on them. I take that as my responsibility. I allow them to talk, to vent, to say what is important to them. No, to be honest, to be real frank in this forum, very often what is important to them ain't that important to me. That's the truth, right? It's not that important to me. But I don't say that because that is the easiest way to demoralize your team. And once you have a demoralized team, you can have the best strategy in the world. That's the end game for you. It's done. Once your team is not agitated to perform, and especially in a technical world, what is important to technical people ain't important to financial people, ain't important to executives, and even with my IT managers, for example, and my innovation managers, they can send reports and it's full of technical talk, but that's them saying, look, I want to show you how we solve this problem, how we got the financial intelligence working. Well, the board didn't care now about that. But it's my job to take that, accept it. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate this. I understand you do it. And now put it into board talk when I report to the board. So that's how I deal from a strategic level with my charges. How I deal with my board is, and I use this word very often, I get chided for it, binary. I always say to the board, here is the binary of it. This is what you want, this is what you want done. We can do this, we can do that, and this will be the result in a year, in 2 years. Make a decision. And I always predicate it so that I state facts, but I state them in a way, all intelligence strict, for you to draw the inference that I want you to draw. I will not put over my opinion or the typical inference as a fact. It is not. But I will put the facts in a way that you draw the inference the way you want it drawn. So that, yes, this was important for you in the short term, but given 2 years from now, 3 years from now, this is the big picture. And make the big picture attractive, because recognize that your board knows that they are responsible for the big picture. So for example, if you say, well, this is what we want to spend, this is what we want to do. We know you want these smaller things done, but if you give us the time and allow us not to do this, this is what we're going to produce in a year, and I'm going to make you look good. And then they say, all right, go along. So there are two completely different approaches, but understand the needs of each of your stakeholders. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. So I want to close the panel this afternoon because I'm sure you're ready for your next break. I want to close the panel with a message to the middle managers and the emerging leaders who are ready for the next level. See what Carl just said? You need to spin that information so that people draw the inferences that you need them to draw, so that they can see how it will make them look good. The emotive arguments that we arm ourselves with usually do not take us to that point. All right? So I'm going to hand back over to our Master of Ceremonies who will give us our instructions for after lunch. Thank you.
Okay, so as our panel exits the stage, we are going to invite you to lunch, which will be located in room C, and that is at the left, to the left, of the conference room. During the break, please feel free to stop by our table to learn more about our next level leadership program. Please also say hello to our PACE Digital Ambassador, make a new contact. We will be back here at 1:30 p.m. for our interactive afternoon workshops. You'll learn more once we return to the room. So have a great lunch, everyone, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. Nowhere below us, above them all is sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It's easy hard to do.
It was just two lovers sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super childish. No Donald Glover. Missed call from my mother. Like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you shine. It's your golden hour. You slow down time in your golden. We were just two lovers. Feet up on the dash, driving nowhere fast, burning through the summer. Radio on blast, make the moment last. She got solar power. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did? For the love of my life, she's got glow on her face, a glorious look in her eyes. My angel of light. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you shine.
Yellow diamonds in the light, and we're standing side by side as your shadow crosses mine. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless place. We found love in a hopeless
first time ever I saw your face, I thought the sun rose in your eyes, and the moon and the stars were the gifts you gave to the dark and the endless skies, my love. The first time ever I kissed your mouth, I felt the earth move in my hand, like the trembling heart of a captive bird that was there at my command. The first time ever I lay with you, I felt your heart so close to mine, and I knew our joy got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's get up.
I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out, I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, and losing our control.
Fill up my cup. Mazel tov. Look at her dancing. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof.
And then we'll do it again.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up. And do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. A feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up.
Let's live it up.
I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it.
Smash it.
Like oh my God. Like oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get off. Fill up my cup.
Drink.
Mazel tov. Look at her dancing.
Move
Just
it.
take it off. Let's paint the town. Paint the town. We'll shut it down.
Shut it down.
Let's burn the roof.
And then we'll do it again.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we come. Here we go. We gotta rock. Easy come. Easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot. Body rock. Rock it. Don't stop. Round and round. Up and down. Around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, Saturday to Sunday. Get with us. You know what we say.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just waiting for a few more folks to come, and then we will set up the rooms as the groups and the rooms. We'll speak more about those assignments once folks have returned. More folks have returned to the room from lunch. All right, just holding 1 second. Yes, Dion just went to speak with them, so they know that they have to return. Yes, thank you for that. All right, so I can see the saints are marching in. It may be better to stay on your feet since we are coming back from lunch. All right, clap once if lunch was great. Clap twice if lunch was just okay. Clap 3 times if lunch was meh. All right, so that means round of applause for lunch. Lunch was 10 out of 10. Thank you so much. All right, so now we are going to move into our workshops. Mrs. Harris, help us explain what's going to happen next.
So each group, you have your lanyards, so you have a group letter. And so group A, you're with Rianne. All right, so you will follow Rianne for the next few hours. Group B.
Did you see Rianne? Rianne.
So with Veronica, and you are going to be attended by Emily. So Emily, good.
Emily.
So you will follow Emily after this workshop. Group C, you're with Lynn. All right, and C, it starts over here. So after the workshop, follow Lynn around. She'll get you where you need to go. And group D, you are with Dwayne. Yes, and Dwayne is going to take you over there. All right, so if all else fail, just follow either Rianne, Emily, Lynn, or Dwayne. All right, so Rianne and Emily, A and B, up at the front. Lynn and group C here with Caron, and D with Dwayne over this way with Faith.
From other tables where needed in order to accommodate seating.
your official head count. Isn't this why you have to hire temporary people and people on contract because they're not on the official establishment? So you have to get them there, right? And you have to get all kind of approvals to do that too, right? From all the top. So when we understand what our establishment is, the question you have to ask yourself from a strategic, do we really need this?
All right, so this one's extreme. They can't come to the speakers because it'll
Right. So so it's fine. It's fine like that? Okay, good. So hold it here. So what you have to think about now, so it's not just in terms of establishing what's going on now, right? If we set a strategy, and this strategy is for, let's say 2028, what would the establishment need to look like in 2028? So current establishment, current capacity and capability, what do we need to do with that by 2028? Do we need to get more people in? Or do we need to upskill the people that we have? Are the numbers okay? And if the numbers are okay, what do we need to upskill? And of course, where do we need to upskill? All right? So here, the key metrics were tied to these. Head count, roles, right? And then of course, things like now, your workforce is a fluid element. Think of your workforce like a puddle of water. Let me get real graphic here. A pothole in your road with water in it. Right? Rain falls somewhere in your pavement, you get a little puddle of water. More water will come in. Those are the people coming into your organization. Water will evaporate as people leaving your organization. So this figure will continuously be shifting. That's the capacity. Capability, the water that is there, the workforce that is there right now, their performance levels are there. So you have high performers, low performers, right? And then you have people who will be shifting roles. You have internal movement, right? Somebody either have some upward mobility, supervisory role, manager role, or they do a lateral move. Somebody shifts from IT to auditing or something, right? So we have the different roles. So we have to think about things like turnover, and which ties back into things like tenure. Sorry guys, this marker is kind of gripping on the people. So we have to look at how long are people staying within the organization? In what roles are they staying? What roles people staying longer? What roles people leaving real quick, right? In terms of turnover, who's leaving? And what's our average turnover over a period of time? You know why? When we think about analytics, you see we're looking forward, right? But we have to also look back. This is where the trends come in. The only way we can plan for the future is by understanding how we got to this point. So what has our turnover been for the last 3 to 5 years? And how could that, if we continue along this path, what do we project to happen in the next 3 to 5 years? Right? And if the figures look like what we want and we say we're okay with it, then we don't need to do anything about it. But if the figures are alarming and we have a pattern where it probably might increase next year, we don't want that, right? I'll tell you all this. Anytime you're thinking about strategy and everything that we're looking at here, it's the trick with it and the success that you'll get with it. And there's my success with this field. Speak the language of the executive. What's their language? Paper. Dollars and cents. Right? So if we have, let's say, turnover, there's a particular percentage of turnover. Every staff member that leaves, there's a replacement cost that's incurred. Replacement cost is the recruiting cost, the downtime for your recruiters, the advertising, the agency, even the hourly downtime of the managers who have to interview. Think about it. Your manager is out for, let's say, a whole week, 20, 30 hours of interviews over a period of time. That's a week of their salary, you have to work out. So the trick here, guys, how we calculate effort in its most basic form, hourly rate. Use hourly rate. Work out your own hourly rate, and you can start seeing how much a process you are involved in actually costs the company. Because another easy one is, the resource utilization. So if you have paper, a ream of paper is $500. Let's say it costs $500. You use 10 pieces of paper for this part of the process, like $10. Oh, electricity, wear and tear on your equipment, like your printers. All these little things could factor in, and those are easy figures to get. But then now we have to analyze it from here. This is constantly changing. So we need to track this and show how those costs impact the organization. Nobody pays attention if you tell them, hey, turnover high. They be like, no, just hire more people. Just go, do your recruitment. But if you tell them, for everyone who leaves, it will cost, on average, an admin level staff leaves the organization, the replacement cost on average is 1 year of their salary. Think about that. A supervisory role or an early manager, kind of light management role, a year and a half, 18 months. Senior management, 2 years salary. Executive, up to 3 years salary. And that cost, there's enough research to prove it, but that cost is not just the downtime on the role, That cost comes with the loss of the knowledge and the experience. Because think about it, when you get hired in a company, that probation period you're on, you are not working at 100%, but you're getting paid 100%. So it's actually a loss for the company. The company will only recoup its investment if you stay and actually perform. So it's actually in the company's best interest to train you. And when you start looking at everything from that dollars and cents perspective, business gives you a whole different insight. Right? So when you're prepping for strategy now, you prefer now because, okay, we now understand if somebody working with $10,000 a month in a supervisory role, it will cost us $180,000 to replace them. Where's the problem in providing a bonus system? Where's the problem in that? Where's the problem in providing incentives for performance to keep them there? But then we have to understand them too. So tied to the data, how do we understand what's going on? All the things that impact these. Where do we get that data from? That data comes from surveys. That data comes from output. How you're meeting deadlines. Are people meeting the deadlines? Are there things that slip in? We set dates, we set deliverables. How many of those are being met? And we think about both quantitative and qualitative. How much are being met? And how much are meeting our expectations? So you can meet all the deadlines, but you're doing real madness. Or you're meeting 3/4 your deadlines, but here what? Top quality. So how do we fix those little problems as we go along? Okay? So the metrics, these metrics feed into our insights. We get to understand what's going on. Why are a lot of people leaving customer service? But then they shift in from customer service to accounts and they stay in a long time. What's going on here? Figuring out root cause, engagement surveys, pulse surveys. Now, we talk about, fatigue, right? But a pulse survey is only like 2 questions. In your workforce, you can answer 2 questions once a week. I'm on Monday morning, hey, how you doing? Everything cool? You get what I'm saying? Very simple pulse surveys. 2, 3 questions, just click, click, click. How you feeling today? How you felt about last week? That's it. Very simple, and you start getting that feedback now. Understand how people feel about certain things. And then on a quarterly basis, you have something like 10 questions. Just 10. How you feel about compensation? How you feel about the health and safety regimen of the organization? How you feel about leadership? How you feel about I don't know, whatever it's in the organization. How you feel about the benefits program we have? Or how you feel about this new project we're doing? You get it? And we get to understand how different groups in our organization feel. And we start filling the gaps for them. Because from the time we start filling the gaps, it puts those in a positive light for us. And it will cost us less. It's like preventative maintenance. You don't want to change the engine after it mash up. You want to maintain it so it don't mash up at all. You'll ever see a situation where things mash up and everybody running helter-skelter in the company trying to figure out what to do, out the fire? It's crazy, right? But if we do simple, proactive things. Oh, y'all ever heard about like our staff leaving? They submit resignation and the company now wants to get them a counter offer. Partner, I already divorcing you. You want to come and say the marriage will work? You're not going to do that. So we have to put things in place proactively to reduce their chances of even being offered something. Like they might be offered, because they're good. They'll be offered. It's like there's an old thing when I started in training, and we have like retainer contracts for people who we pay training for. So there's an insurance company, regional. Actually, they operate here in Barbados as well. So you pay 20,000 TT in training for them. They're obligated to work for the company for at least a year or something like that. I try to do away with it because somebody was telling me, but we have to do that. We have to keep them here. What if they get hired somewhere? I say, here, what's going on? If we don't train them and they remain here to do Tata, that's worse than paying to train them and getting some time from them. And on the other hand, if you train them now, we are engaging them enough that they want to stay. Okay? But it has to be of your own volition, because if I force you to stay with me, and you're already thinking about leaving, and even that itself might not be an engagement factor. You'd be like, why you had to tie me down? You feel like going to run away, So it already kind of erodes the trust. So we had to pay attention to these little things. And there's the cool thing about people analytics and workforce stuff is that the data you're getting is not as clear-cut because it's based on behavior. This is not technical stuff, This is based on behavior. This is based on psychological things that your workforces go through. But you have to pay attention to it because they all coincide into one. We don't want to have to wait until there's a mass exodus from a particular role before we want to do something. We have to be aware of it. And even if it is happening, that's fine, but we know we work out how to deal with it. So it gives us the insight that we need here. We get to understand what's going on with the company. Is the company healthy? Is the company in a kind of little warning phase, or are we in some trouble? We have to set that priority now, right? And from there, we integrate these things into how we discuss it, getting our strategy done. So we have to hire people. Usually the easiest thing when it comes to strategy, we talk about like acquiring the equipment and it. So I work for an aviation company, worked for them. And we have a strategy set to 2027. And in that, the cost tied into acquiring the fleet and buying the equipment and doing all these things. And great, they have all the millions there. But when I ask them, okay, so is the investment in the workforce? They have no idea. They just give me this blanket figure. Well, we have 5 million, we can put it. How you got to 5 million? You think that, you sure that's enough? Because we had to hire 40 new pilots. We had to hire 80 flight staff. We have to hire ground operations. We had to set up a location in Guyana. Come on, did you all work out the manpower we need? Nobody takes it on. So if we're able to have our calculations on what's going on right now, we could accurately project, well, more accurately project, because it's still an estimation, right? But we could still project and say, here, what's going on? We need additional 200 staff or so spread across multiple regions. It is going to cost us somewhere in the area of $7.5 million. You see? And this is where HR now becomes part of that strategic conversation. So it's not just like, we're not sure what's going on, and then what? Where are you going to pull the extra 2.5 million from? We had a plan for it. At least estimate it, right? And then we plan for the future too, right? So the cost of hiring today may not be the cost of hiring 2 years from now. Yeah? And as I already mentioned, population shrinking, brain drain happening. So if it took us 6 months to find this person today, how long do you think it's going to take us 2 years from now? So we had to factor in a lot of environmental things that are going on too. You see it? If you don't have data, what you have are these blind spots. And what has happened, when you start doing it now, the blind spot hits you. And it holds you back. So where it would have taken you maybe 6 months to get something like this implemented, it's going to take a year and a half. And we wonder what went on here. How is this taking so long? Why is it taking so long? But we didn't factor it. So these are very, very critical elements when you're planning your strategy. All right? So, and then of course when we set it up, it's all about tracking. It's not a one and done thing. It's not like a one-off and say, well, that is it. So like, as I said, this is a loop that we have to go through. And I think what was mentioned by one of the speakers where they were talking about we tracking and monitoring, and then we realize that it's not the strategy we want. And we had to make a shift. Anytime we're doing stuff like this, same thing with every strategy, we have scenarios and projections, right? In the same way you're doing your strategy and your projection, this becomes part of it too. And then we have more things to consider. And it now becomes a little more accurate in terms of what we have to consider. Because if we don't consider workforce, we might shift our strategy, right? And say, yeah, we're going here. But then nobody paid attention to the fact that, listen, I have an example. So you have people like in customs and excise and all these things, immigration and some of these guys need certain clearances to do their job. We want to pull them from where they are into our company. But nobody thinking, we say we're going to pay more, right? But you know what the problem is? When you take these people out from, let's say, government roles and you bring them into private organizations, they lose clearances that they have. Certain clearances, you only get those clearances when you're there, and you actually work more with the clearance. So it would not be in their own benefit to shift, even though they get more money, because the clearance will cost them more money later down the road. It'll cost them money in terms of earnings and status later on. So the organization needs to pay attention to those things before they decide, well, we want to shift there. Because it's going to be even more difficult to get the manpower to do it. Yeah? It's strategy as a value-adding service later down the road, we have to now think about, okay, how is that impacting our establishment? So we have to build a unit. We have to get some compliance regulatory things covered, right? We have to hire a whole team of people. So what is that going to cost us? How long is it going to take for that to happen? How is it going to impact our current workforce, right? What are the recruiting activities required? How is that going to cost us? Do we need more recruiting people? Do we need to do more things? Do we need to expand the team temporarily to do that exercise because we need to get it done in 8 months? Okay? But what metrics do we need to calculate now? What is the cost to hire? How much would it cost to hire these people? So historically, if the company it cost them $5,000 to hire somebody like this of this nature, we already estimate that's $25,000, $30,000 in recruiting costs right there. Yeah? How is that going to add to us? We're going to increase capacity. We're going to expand our capability by whatever percentage. Because with our strategy, we talk about the benefits. We already kind of work out the feasibility and benefits of doing this, right? For the company. But we have to tie back in how is it going to impact us with the data that will drive it. Because if it might be too costly, or it might impact our workforce negatively, it might not be a feasible strategic move. Okay? So all of this is part of tie back in feasibility into your efforts. And data is the key. So just to remind you, listen, sources for data. Your HR employee data, survey data, any kind of feedback mechanism you have in the company, performance data, right? Movement, business-related data too. So if you're analyzing sales or marketing, what is their output looking like? What is their attendance looking like? All these will give you indicators of engagement and all these things. And then, of course, you have market data. What's going on out there? What's going on out in the industry? If there are any reports that are out there, any things are going on. Also, competitive data. What are your competitors doing? Because we may need to respond to it as well. Yeah? Ooh. Right? But I just want to share these by time, right? This one.
She's great. She's great.
Scenario planning. Just to give you all a heads up.
All
on
right.
What you doing every day. How you're changing what you do every day. Set up scenarios. Always work out these scenarios, right?
Thing I had to.
Don't worry, I'll make sure Dion send you all these slides. Right? Data-driven policies. You have to start getting people in the habit of working with data. Every process, you could get data from the reports, right? But you have to get people involved in sending some of that data, pumping it into Excel or something like that. Yeah? So it's more about like changing your attitude with data so that we have it. So when we're ready to look at it collectively, we could get value from it. Yeah? That time fly. Well, ooh.
I hope no one had any.
All right, so the question here is tools for analytics. Like, what tools do we use? Start simple, start small. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with this tool that it helps you do really well or it helps you excel. What's the name of it? Oh, it's Excel. We all have access to this tool. Excel, start small, Excel. Right, it is. If you know how to work real good with Excel, it becomes easy. But then, you could take Excel data, compiled, and dump it into Power BI. Yeah. Nah, you don't need access. Excel has a powerful data model in it. Excel has a powerful data model built in it right now. You don't need access. And you could take Excel, build queries. We could use the tables, build queries, build a data model. And you could dump that data model into Power BI and build your dashboards. Well, yeah, it's the same thing. Tableau and Power BI runs on the same type of engine. It's a BI tool. So you could create your dashboards from there and you could share it and people could interact with the data. Yeah. Metrics, there's so many standard metrics. There are many standard metrics, but it's based on what your organization wants to focus on. Because, right, the metrics will come in based on what you want to focus on. So standard kind of gives you a start, but if the standard is not giving you exactly what you're looking for, you have to build your own. And it's not that difficult. It's just simply either a ratio, a percent.
You get now, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So today we are going to today we are talking about risk. And we would have heard some discussion previously with some of the presenters, not directly speaking about risk, but nevertheless they alluded to it. So hopefully in doing my presentation, I'll be able to show you how important it is as part of the strategic planning process. So if anybody has any questions and wants to stop me, feel free. I'm going to be doing a bit of reading. Let me just apologize for that. No, but some of the stuff technical, and this can't handle all of it. So, but feel free to stop me. I shouldn't lose my place. Good. So, basically, let us start. Right. So we start with an audience question, and it's not necessarily for you to answer, but just really to consider. What happens to your strategy when the unexpected occurs? Okay. So I'm just going to leave that up on the screen for a little bit, just for everybody to think about. But I just want to lay the groundwork for today's topic. So many people have a tendency to see risk from the point of view of things like a fire or burglary or losing value in the stock market, those kind of things, right? But as a strategic person, a CEO, a leader who's coming up with a plan for your company, you have to think a lot broader in terms of your risk exposure. So a good place to start is to have a general understanding of what risk is. So a definition of risk is basically the uncertainty surrounding the potential impact of an event on the achievement of your strategic objectives. Everybody hear me right? Good, okay. Now, understanding risk is important, but we also need to know what we should do about it, right? So that is where risk management comes in. And risk management is the process of identifying, assessing, and responding to risk in a way that minimizes your threats and maximizes your opportunities, okay? So in other words, it's about preparing for the unexpected and ensuring that your risk, the risks unique to you and your business, are handled in a way that support your business goals. And again, let me emphasize the point about it being unique, right? Everybody's business, even if it has a similar, is from a similar industry or a similar model, the risks are going to be different, okay? So today's conference is all about strategic planning and is critical to the success of any organization. regardless of the size or industry. We have the risk and the risk management definitions. So we can now see how effective risk management is in relation to achieving success. So just to clarify that a bit, I want to give an example, a real life example, right? Now we saw this guy featured in an earlier presentation. And honestly, when I discovered that he fit in my presentation, I was very excited because his story is really cool. But so this, as we know, is Jeff Bezos. He's the founder and CEO of Amazon, which is currently the largest e-commerce and cloud computing company in the world. His net worth exceeds US $200 billion, and he currently has the status as the second wealthiest person in the world, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. So this general information here might actually be common knowledge, but there are many people who may not know some of the history associated with him and how he got to where he is now. So basically, Jeff Bezos left college, became very successful. He eventually became a top executive at a hedge fund called D.E. Shaw at the age of 30, which is really good. So in 1994, he and his wife, who also worked at D.E. Shaw, decided to leave their high-paying jobs and invest all their savings into Amazon, which was initially set up to be an online bookstore. Now, this was at a time when the internet was only just starting to become established. So, by any standards, this was a huge financial risk, right? But Bezos didn't do it without thought. He actually had a vision and a strategy in mind, and he had developed a business plan for Amazon based on his knowledge and understanding of what he wanted to accomplish and how he thought he could do it based on his understanding of the e-commerce platform and so on at that time, right? He so understood the potential exposure associated with this particular endeavor that he was going to take on, that he even warned early investors that there was a significant chance, the internet says 70%, but it wasn't there, but there was a 70% chance that Amazon would either fail or go bankrupt. He actually warned people that wanted to put money into it, right? However, move on. The company would have gone through a lot of ups and downs. We would have heard about restructuring and different things happening, but he continued to work on the strategy that he had using the business plan that he had developed, and that plan would have included strategies for expansion, growth of the business, and it basically led to his success. So without going too far into the history, the outcome of the decision that he made and the strategy that he had was that Amazon went on to become one of the largest companies in the world, expanding into nearly every market imaginable, right? So let's take a moment now just to consider the alternative. If Amazon had failed back in the 90s, right? Bezos would have lost his personal savings. His reputation among whoever knew him would have been tarnished as a failed entrepreneur. He would not have been a household name as he is. Everybody here knows who he is, right? And most importantly, especially for me, this is the one I connect mostly with, online shopping globally might not have developed to where it is now without him leading the industry, right? And I think all of y'all would have remembered when everybody started following Amazon with the two-day shipping and that kind of situation. Like, people actually use them as a model, right? So I love this example, not only because it clearly shows how a specific event could have gone either way, right? But also because it illustrates today's topic so well. Because back in the 1990s, the internet and e-commerce and those kind of things were actually considered to be emerging risk. And just to give a definition of emerging risk, it's basically a new and evolving challenge where the potential impact is not fully understood, right? So it's still kind of working through. Data is not there so that you can make, obviously, clear assumptions and so on with your business. So businesses that recognized and adapted to this risk early, like Amazon, were able to thrive, but those who dismissed it, many of them actually don't even exist today. So it brings us to today's discussion. Just as e-commerce reshaped the business landscape back then, we're actually now facing a wave of new emerging risks. Some of them are technological, some economic, and some are driven by global shifts. And associated with these risks comes obviously a high level of uncertainty. But just like what Bezos would have done with Amazon, by identifying the risk and adapting to them early, you can actually have the best chance of turning those risks into opportunities. So what I'm gonna do is, there are many emerging risks. Like, you can think of a lot, especially depending on the particular industry you're in. But what I'm gonna do is just kind of deep dive into 5 of them and look at how they specifically affect businesses in Barbados. And I just want, again, just reiterate that you also have to take into consideration that everybody's business is going to be different. It's going to have little differences that you have to make sure the risk actually applies to you. So they're not going to apply to everybody, right? But the information is still good because it gives you a better understanding of how to go about thinking about the risk and also how to determine which ones you really should focus on, right? So as I go through the risk, I'm going to look at the potential impacts to the country, so the description of the risk, the potential impact to the country, as well as the impact to the businesses within the country. I'm also going to give examples of strategies that either have been or can be implemented in each circumstance. And I want to explain just briefly why I wanted to include the impact to the country. And it's important because sometimes the impact or even the strategy that was implemented to manage the impact can actually indirectly affect the businesses that operate within the countries. And a good example of that would have been the COVID-19 virus that we would have gone through recently, right? So as a measure to restrict the spread of the virus and reduce the likelihood of the healthcare system being overwhelmed and so on, the government would have made a decision to shut down the country, to restrict mobility and physical interaction, right? And this measure would have actually led to many businesses having to revisit their strategies and adjust the business models that support online-based systems and remote business operations. And as we can all probably attest to, some of the businesses were successful and some would have failed because of the adjustments, right? So now that we have a better understanding of risk and how it can shape the success or failure of the business, so we're gonna now start to look at some of the risks a little closer and how they can affect businesses in Barbados. So this is just for illustrative purposes, okay? But it's exactly what I said it would be. So the first one we're gonna look at is cybersecurity and AI-powered risk. We would have heard some of this mentioned in some of the earlier presentations, right? So over the last decade, digital technologies have actually transformed the way a lot of businesses operate. With the rise of e-commerce, cloud computing, and data-driven decision-making, there have been many new opportunities, but the new innovations have also introduced significant cybersecurity risk. And then now, add to this, the increasing use of artificial intelligence, which, although it does offer remarkable benefits on one side, also raises concerns about data privacy, hacking, and of course, the ethical use of AI systems. So if we think about the world that we live in today, where every click, transaction, or communication is digitized and stored, is something that can affect everybody from the larger corporations to even the small businesses. They are all potential targets for cyber attacks. So businesses today, of all sizes, have to weigh the risk of cyber attacks and data breaches. And if they're handled poorly, these risks can lead to major financial losses, damaged reputations, and a loss of consumer trust. And then what makes the risk even more pressing is the rise of AI-powered threats. So we would have heard, I think, Allison earlier speak about the fact that she's been AI'd, right? So things like deepfake fraud, which is basically what she's talking about, AI-driven phishing scams, automated hacking tools. What this means is that the hackers are continuing to get more sophisticated, which means the businesses in turn have to continuously adapt to the risk exposure, right? So if major corporations, if you think about it, if major corporations with sophisticated security systems can fall victim to these threats, which they have, then even the smaller business need to get proactive. On a national scale, Basically, cybersecurity risks have the potential to cripple an entire economy. And this is something that is especially impactful for a country like Barbados. It's small and we have limited resources, right? So if you think about it, something as significant to us like our healthcare system, banking system, anything like that, if it's affected by cyber threats, like that could actually shut down the country just even temporarily, right? So if you look, you're starting to see filtering through a lot of national cybersecurity policies. Internationally, you're getting international regulations and so forth that are coming out to tackle this risk. However, businesses, so that's on the country level, but the businesses also need to be proactive to secure their individual digital landscapes. And as an additional threat, the countries that don't prioritize cybersecurity risk are actually falling behind in terms of global competitiveness because both companies and investors are seeking safer environments. So what businesses have to do is to embrace robust cybersecurity measures and leverage AI for risk detection so that they're better equipped to identify vulnerabilities early and prevent costly attacks. So you should invest in cybersecurity training for employees, deploy AI-driven threat detection tools, and establish strong incident response protocols so that they can have a competitive advantage, right? And we would have heard some of this mentioned again in previous presentation by Captain Carl, who would have mentioned some of these things, how we really should embrace it and not just reject it as just a risk that we should avoid, right? So the second one we're going to look at is geopolitical instability and conflicts. So as we all know, the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. And while this is good in terms of some of the things we're now able to access, it also exposes businesses to risks that were once confined to specific regions. And some of the geopolitical tensions we were talking about would include things like trade wars, territorial disputes, political instability, and the impacts of those. And we're seeing quite a bit of that right now. These factors can have a far-reaching impact, both to us domestically within the country and also on an international scale. And we depend a lot on international suppliers and so on. So it affects us twice. From a business perspective, geopolitical instability can disrupt supply chains, increase operational costs, and create uncertainties in foreign markets. And this might be especially obvious to companies that have a large dependence on imports or exports because they might find their businesses severely affected by tariffs, sanctions, changes in government policy. Small businesses with global aspirations can also face significant challenges. When they start to expand into that sphere. From a country perspective, geopolitical instability can undermine economic stability. Trade routes may be blocked, access to critical resources disrupted, and economies may actually be forced into a recession due to political conflicts. So for countries like Barbados, again, we spoke earlier about the limited resources. Geopolitical risk can mean prolonged periods of instability, leaving businesses with unpredictable operating conditions. And the Caribbean, even as a region, actually faces risks associated with global energy prices, tourism disruptions, and even sanctions that may affect key trade partners. So the businesses that will thrive in this environment will be those that build resilience into their supply chains and diversify their operations across multiple regions. So again, we cannot avoid it, but we actually have to just prepare for it. So the companies that establish alternative sourcing strategies and build flexibility into their supply chains will actually find themselves having a competitive advantage as it relates to geopolitical tensions. Now, this one is a familiar one to all of us, especially some of the insurance folks here. Climate change and extreme weather events actually represent one of the most pressing emerging risks today that we face. Whether it's hurricanes, floods, droughts, the intensity and frequency of these events are increasing as the global climate changes. And the consequences of these events, they're not only environmental, before we used to just kind of look at if we get enough rain, it got to stay inside. Nowadays, we also have to look at it as risk to business continuity, economic stability, and general human well-being. So businesses that operate in regions like the Caribbean that are prone to extreme weather events or that rely on natural resources can actually be directly impacted. And an example would be things like disruption of supply chains, the damage of manufacturing plants, and customer demands shifting as well, because people's priorities may change during periods of extreme weather. So we can easily see, especially when we're getting more frequent occurrences of these type of risks, that the risk of not being prepared could actually be catastrophic, especially to smaller businesses who may not have the resources to withstand long-term some of what they may need to do to actually manage, these types of disruptions. On a country level, countries are actually facing rising costs due to climate change, and Barbados is no different. So governments around the world are increasingly implementing regulations and other measures to reduce carbon footprints and mitigate the effects of extreme weather. And we're actually hearing, even in Barbados, some talk about things like getting climate resilient infrastructure and so on in place, and the budget and so on going towards these kind of things so that we can manage these risks long term, right? But for businesses, this could also mean increased compliance costs, insurance premiums, and the need to also invest on an individual basis in climate resilient infrastructure. So while the risks are severe, the businesses that adapt, which are those that maybe invest in sustainable practices, resilient infrastructure, and risk mitigating strategies such as business continuity and disaster recovery planning, can actually turn climate change into an opportunity. Companies that lead in green technology, energy efficiency, and carbon reduction will actually be better positioned to secure international funding, attract talent, and also appeal to an increasingly environmentally conscious customer base. Global health pandemic. So the COVID-19 pandemic acts as a stark reminder to us of how rapidly a health crisis can escalate into a global economic and social challenge. So although full-scale pandemics may not be an everyday occurrence, we admit that that was very strange and rare. The fact is we now also face a risk with the emergence of new diseases and evolving variants of existing ones that continue to pose significant risk. And if you think about it, I was having a discussion recently where I was saying, like when I was a child, when we had the flu, you cough and you sneeze for a couple of days and you move on. Nowadays, when you think of a flu, the different variants of it now last a lot longer, the impact is worse, you get back pains and all sorts of stuff that never happened before. And a lot of these are how the different viruses are kind of, I guess, evolving, right, over time. So basically, just when the world thinks it has addressed the disease, new mutations can render previous solutions ineffective, right? Beyond pandemics that make global headlines, a less discussed but equally critical risk is the steady increase in emergence of new diseases. And with the expansion of new trade routes and growing interconnectivity of global business, it means that the exposure to new pathogens is inevitable. So every time that you explore a new territory for supply chain diversification, you're also entering a new environment where local diseases that might previously have been contained can now spread a lot more easily, and also within the country where there maybe was never an exposure before. So for companies, that are reliant on international trade, an outbreak in the key supplier country can actually have far-reaching implications. And even if the diseases don't reach pandemic level, they actually have the potential to disrupt business operations, create supply chain instability, and even result in travel restrictions that may impact corporate mobility. Internationally, governments are recognizing these risks, and policies around health preparedness are becoming more integrated into trade and business regulations. And this would include things like more stringent health screenings, increased vaccination requirements for business travelers, and so on. So once we have a better understanding of these health risks and realize that they extend beyond pandemics, because we have a thing, we may put pandemic on our business continuity plan, but we're not going to put other things, right, that may seem less severe. But companies that integrate health security into their strategic planning, whether through flexible work policies, resilient supply chains, or strong employee wellness programs, they'll be better positioned to navigate these challenges and maintain business continuity as we continue to function in the interconnected world. So just as an example, there are many multinational corporations that have actually started to incorporate real-time health risk tracking into their supply chain management, which allows them to adjust sourcing strategies when these type of disruptions arise. Small businesses, too, can actually build resilience by staying informed and ensuring that their contingency plans account for unexpected health-related disruptions. So just as companies have adapted to cybersecurity risks by embedding digital resilience into their strategies, health security should really no longer be an afterthought, but rather a key pillar of long-term business planning. So this is the final risk we're going to discuss today, and it is one that tends to be overlooked in risk management discussions, which is mental health crises. So while traditionally seen as a personal or societal issue, the growing prevalence of stress, burnout, and mental health challenges has made this a critical business risk. We live in an era of rapid change with technological advancements, economic pressures, and increasing work demands that all contribute to heightened stress levels. And there are also some high-pressure industries like finance, healthcare, customer service, where people work for really long hours, and they have very, very high performance expectations. And the result of that, rising cases of workplace burnout, absenteeism, and declining productivity. But mental health challenges are not just a corporate concern, they actually have national economic implications. Unrelated mental health issues can actually cost economies billions in lost productivity every year. And in countries where the workforce is a primary economic driver, the impact of widespread mental health issues can be as disruptive as a financial crisis. So governments worldwide are actually starting to recognize this and introducing workplace mental health policies and increasing the responsibilities for employers as it relates to workforce well-being. So let's just quickly consider the effects of high employee turnover due to stress and burnout. Not only does it increase recruitment and training costs, but it also erodes institutional knowledge, leading to inefficiencies and lost opportunities. A disengaged workforce can also affect customer satisfaction, reduce innovation, and ultimately hurt the profitability of the business. Furthermore, in some industries, mental fatigue and burnout can actually lead to safety risk. Pilots, healthcare professionals, financial analysts, they operate in areas that are less forgiving as it relates to things like burnout and mental health and so forth, because if you make a mistake, it can actually be costly to the business and lead to things like increased legal or regulatory scrutiny, so they have to be extra careful. So the good news is that companies that take mental health seriously don't just mitigate risks, they actually create environments that attract and retain top talent. Businesses that offer flexible work arrangements, employee assistance programs, and leadership that prioritizes mental well-being will actually benefit from a more engaged and resilient workforce. There are some forward-thinking companies that are already integrating mental health into their corporate culture. They have several large firms that have already introduced in-house counseling services, mental health days. There are even some factory-type businesses that incorporate AI-driven tools to monitor stress levels in real time. And things like fostering open conversations about mental health, implementing reasonable workload expectations, or even offering access to mental wellness resources can make a significant difference. So, just in closing, These are just some brief discussions on some of the emerging risks that are currently on the horizon. So I just want to again bring back up Jeff Bezos and Amazon as a reminder of how emerging risks can be a catalyst for innovation, and leave you with the following thought. Emerging risks are not obstacles, but rather should be seen as invitations to innovate. The unexpected presents an opportunity to rethink your strategy and define the future of your business. Thank you very much. I was trying to save your time, so I actually thought, like, does anybody have any questions? Unless it affects a key employee, right? But like a small company that you have, or you only got 3 staff members, and the first person catch it, spread it to the rest, please do. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Mhm. And I will also tell you, Carolyn, in relation to that situation, I find my challenge with it is that I don't know what's going to come next. That is the big problem. So random now, like you can't identify it. Yeah. So that's the kind of market we're now operating in. Yeah.
Approximately 94% of the food that's brought into the CARICOM region is imported from the United States of America, right? That will have a major impact for us, not as a country, but as a region. And the person was speaking to the fact, and I know that some prime ministers in the region are looking to see how can we develop, crops within the region so that we have our own supply chain on a regional basis. Right? But again, it's about synergy and how do we get the different agencies to support each other, because I think right now we're still at a very, very individualistic level, and even from the development banks, right, in terms of, well, you're not there anymore, but in terms of like even CDB, and when I went to, we were at that presentation the other day, and that was the thinking that is now coming into being from the region, but I don't think everybody necessarily has picked up the speed at which it has to happen, the sense of urgency, because yes, that's what the sense of urgency in relation to the changes that have to happen and the risks that are out there. Because I don't know if it's a cultural thing, because I think sometimes in the Caribbean, we can be very, very lackadaisical, and we wait and see. Because I know, again, I started seeing these things in terms of COVID, because remember that started like the October in 2019. And I said, what if that come to Barbados? How would that impact us? Oh, now I can come here. Now I can come here. 2020, March 14, 15. It was right before my son's birthday, because I would never forget it. I could not have my son's birthday party because they shut down the country, right? So I was just saying, and then a lot of people did not know what to do. And they were up Ducks Creek. And I say from a government perspective, is we still have to provide the services that the country requires, and the expectation from the citizens is that we need to continue to provide the services. And for me, as a revenue collecting agency, is how do we get this done in the face of all of these things? So I'm just saying that we still have to be, I think sometimes we get so caught up in the strategy, but not in the risk or the impact. I like how you had it framed out. So yes, Gail.
Anybody else have any other questions? Well, thank you all so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
questions during, or if you want to be had.
How are you? I'm good.
Where's Dave? Janelle.
or somewhere like that. Welcome. Good afternoon, you guys. How are you? Cold. I know it's been so cold in this room. It's true. So, but grateful, yes. So, I wrote on here, this workshop is about the neuroscience and biology of change and transformation. So when you think of neuroscience, what would you think of? What do you think of when we say the word neuroscience? The brain. Absolutely, the circuits in the brain. Okay, and then when we talk about biology, what do you think of? People, our physiology, right? Because there is a thinking, feeling loop. With every thought that we have a feeling that's produced in our body, and there's a neurochemical change that takes place in our physiology. So can everybody kind of hear me? Okay. So I'm going to take you guys through a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation. My name is Faith Holmes. I'm very honored to be here with you. I teach a 15-hour workshop called Change Your Mind, Create New Results. And Change Your Mind, Create New Results was created about 10 years ago from NeuroChange Solutions, which was developed by Dr. Joe Dispenza. Does anybody know Dr. Joe Dispenza? Okay, so we are all energy. We are made up of atoms. What makes up an atom? Do you guys remember from school when you were kids? It's 99.99999% nothing. Energy, space, right? And only 0.00001 matter. And we act in the world as though we are matter, but really we're energy. And what happens when our energy is charged, when our battery is charged? We feel good, we feel vibrant, we're excited to greet the day. But when we are depleted, it's hard to get a lot done, right? It's hard to feel good about how we are in the world. So we are constantly energy expenditures, and without balance of adequate rest and recovery can lead to burnout, errors, health challenges, and diminished performance. Do we see that a lot in our jobs? We do, right? So if I were to think about a depleting emotion or attitude, what are some depleting emotions or attitudes you see around you in your workplace? Negativity, laziness, anger, depression, frustration, right? And all of these, would you agree that this is how you feel when you're faced with all that? When you're in a situation where you are around people that are that way, right? And so these depleting emotions might be frustration, impatience, cynicism, anger, and they have a toxic effect and feeling that causes stress hormones to be released in your body. Did you guys realize that? That your limbic brain, your chemical brain is always connecting in with your mind, and then it's flooding your body with those stress hormones. Did you guys realize that it reduces muscle mass? It brain cells, the death, impairs memory, accelerated aging. Do any of us want to age any faster than we already are? So it would be a good thing if we did not spend a lot of time in these depleting energy zones, right? Impaired mental function, as we mentioned, and diminished performance. Whereas when our battery is fully charged and we have renewing emotions and attitudes, what are some of those renewing emotions and attitudes we might experience? Excitement, what'd you say? Vacation, peace, excitement, joy, happiness, feeling successful, energetic, drive, passion, having passion for what you do. All of those things are going to give you a renewing energy and emotion. So patience, kindness, compassion, and appreciation create neurochemicals that regenerate your system and offset energy drains. So it increases longevity. It is great for resiliency and adversity and improved memory. We talked about before a lack of, right? Improved problem solving. That would help us in our workplaces, right? So when we talk about coherence, have any of you ever been in a rowboat before and tried to row with someone else? And if the person is not in sync with you, do you go anywhere? No, you're just kind of turning around in a circle, right? It's not a good look. Now, when you think about professional rowers, if they are one hair off from one another, they lose the race. You have to be completely in sync. So what we're talking about with coherence is when all those systems within ourselves are aligning and lining up, okay? So who in here, show of hands, has wanted to make a change in their life and they were successful? All of us have had something, right? And then who in here has wanted to make a change in your life and you were not successful? All the time, right? And we probably have more examples of failing those changes that we wanted to make than actually experiencing them, right? So if there was a formula that your team at your organization could be taught, or even you as an individual could experience, that could help you be less stressed and more creative, change your habits and help you make positive ones, learn a new way of thinking or a new mindset, is that something that you would be interested in? Yeah, right? We all want to see greater cohesion in everything that we're doing. So, for those of you, there's a few of you who know Dr. Joe Dispenza. Dr. Joe Dispenza is a New York Times best-selling author. He's written 4 books. The workshop that I teach, I'm one of his corporate consultants. I'm one of about 100 people in the world who can go into organizations and teach this work. It's a 12 to 15 hour workshop that takes, and I'm gonna take you guys through the ABCs of that, okay? He's also an international educator, lecturer, researcher. He's doing all kinds of scientific research about the mind-body connection. And the things that they're finding are unbelievable. It's really exciting to see people who come to a 7-day retreat where people are learning new pieces of information and meditating, and they're taking, for those who would like to participate in the scientific study of it, they're taking pre and post like saliva and blood samples and even stool samples. And what they're finding is that 100% of the people who come day 1 and return on day 7, their gut biome is different. 100% of people. That's how powerful the mind-body connection is. They've done other experiments where they've taken blood and saliva, and then they've asked people for 4 days to focus on gratitude for 10 minutes a day, 3 times a day. And those individuals, after 4 days of spending only 30 minutes, their immunity system improves by 50%. That's how much our biology is impacted by what we think and how we feel. So understanding the thinking-feeling loop is super important for our health and well-being, and it's super important for teams of people who work together. So what Dr. Joe is teaching here is how to rewire the brain to recondition the body to a new mind. And he created something called NeuroChange Solutions, which is the organization that I'm a consultant for. And we are changing individuals and organizations from the inside out, because change is an inside job, right? So let's see if we can hear this. I want to be respectful of the people, but I'd like for you guys to hear. And I'm probably not going to play the whole video because we have people online and we have like 40 minutes instead of an hour. So let's see. Can you hear or no? Yeah.
Now, we have been doing this course for many years, and we've worked with many companies and organizations all around the world.
in your current position with a more cohesive working group, does that produce good feeling chemicals in your body? And when you can match that intention, when you can match that intention with an elevated emotion, you're more likely to bring that example and existence to you. Okay, so everyone stand up for a moment, please. And who in here believes that your mind directs and controls the body? Show of hands. Your mind directs and controls the body. Okay, so go ahead and cross your arms. Everybody got your arms crossed? Okay, so now go ahead and do it the other way. How many people was that a little challenging for? It was a little challenging, right? Because you guys can sit down, thank you. Thank you for participating in my example. So we think that our mind directs and controls the body, where really it's our body that is directing and controlling our mind. When do we say we're gonna start working out? January 1st. Tomorrow, on Monday. When do we say we're gonna start that diet? Tomorrow. And your body, your mind is saying tomorrow, and your body is like, nah, that ain't happening tomorrow, right? So we get used to allowing our body to run the show. And 95% of who we are by the time that and everybody crosses their hands differently. There's no right or wrong way to do it. And then when I did this workshop here for the Central Bank of Barbados, of course, we have our governor. But by the time we're 35 years old, 95% of us is a set of automatic habits, programs, behaviors, and beliefs, fighting against the 5% that is like, I'm going to make a change in my life, okay? And so if we know that 95% of us makes up that subconscious mind, then we have to know that the body knows better than the mind, and really the body is leading the show. Like, eating that third cookie or not going to the gym, your mind knows it's not good for you, but your body is like, but I want it. And you do it anyways, and your body overrides your mind almost every single time, right? So how can we make changes? So this workshop provides a formula, and it's called Change Your Mind, Create New Results, because if we start to learn a new way of thinking, we can actually produce systemic change within our lives. So the objective of this workshop is to recondition the body to a new mind, to create permanent changes that we want to see within ourselves and also in our organization. And the beautiful thing when we're in an organization who actually does this work together is then there's an accountability, because everyone has the same common language to be able to call upon and say, all of us have committed to doing things in a different way. Everybody here works with computers, right? How many of you have seen this pop up on your computer, the software update? How many times have you pressed not now? Every single time, right? Every single time, until it won't allow me to go any further. And then I'm like, oh my gosh. And then you start, right? So our mind is just like a computer software program. And if we really want to get in to the operating system, then we have to get into the subconscious mind. So here we have these neurological lighting up. The reason why we know it looks this way is because in functional brain scans, we'll teach new pieces of information and different regions of the brain are lighting up, right? So here are two neurological connections that are coming together, and this is learning new information. Now, what we have discovered is that our subconscious mind processes 40 million pulses per second. It's a lot of information. Now, since our subconscious mind processes 40 million pulses per second, how much, just wild guess, how much do you think our conscious mind processes? 200 million? 600 million? Anybody else? our conscious mind actually processes how much less? A quarter. 20 pulses per second. 20 pulses per second. So if we want to affect our subconscious mind, we've got to get into the operating program. And that's what this workshop does. This workshop allows you to actually get into the operating system of your mind and create new neurological connections to make a change. Now, it takes 20% of our brain power to run all the functions in our body. We don't ever have to tell our stomach to digest that food, delicious food that we just ate, right? We don't ever have to tell our body to grow our fingernails or our hair, or sometimes we want to, right? So it takes 20% of our subconscious mind to be able to do all of those things, but that's what is actually keeping us healthy and alive. So if we want to get into the operating system, we need an upgrade. And that's what this workshop provides. So one of the things that we have to do, though, to have that upgrade is we have to unwire those old negative thoughts, patterns, behaviors, and beliefs that no longer serve us. All of us have those thoughts, right? From childhood or from yesterday that are running through our mind. But just like who in here gardens? Anybody? A couple people? Just like weeds in a garden, when you pull the weed or unwire that neurological connection in your brain, the soil produces new nutrients, right? And then you can plant in a new seed. And so what we're talking about is just like that. How do we unwire and rewire to gain the results that we want in our lives? So what we're talking about is building our neurological network to produce systemic change from the inside out. So everybody's been off-roading. You live on an island, probably. Everybody's driven like through the uncharted territories before, right? And our brain, the neurological pathways in our brain are just the same way. So when you go over a thought and you have that same thought over and over and over and over and over again, you're creating, just like on the off-road, you're creating a very hardwired neurological connection in your brain. Now, if you decide, I'm no longer going to go that path anymore, and I'm going to have this thought instead, so you take a feeling of insecurity, and you're like, nope, not today. I'm not thinking that thought anymore. I am powerful. I am secure. And every time insecurity comes up, you replace it with, I'm powerful, I'm secure. It's going to take about a month or two, depending on how deeply rooted that old neurological connection is. But soon that's going to become the loudest voice in your head, and you're no longer going to feel insecure. So then what starts to happen is all the grass starts to grow over, and you don't have to think that anymore because I am powerful and I am secure, right? So that's what happens in the neurological connections within our brain. So this training, as I mentioned, is all about the neuroscience and biology of change and transformation. So here's the question, though. We opened up this morning with one of our workshop presenters who talked about the only constant is change, right? And interestingly, even like every cell in our body is continuously dying and being brought, like rejuvenating, right? So everything is about change. But is there anyone here who has actually been taught a process or a formula of how to change? One person? Everybody else is like, nope. So if we want to be successful, we need to learn that. Just like we need to learn a new thing that we do for our job or something in the community. So if someone was to be able to give you a roadmap that would help you mitigate stress, be more innovative and productive, and teach you how to use the power of your brain to work for you and not against you, is that something you'd be interested in? Yeah, it'd be really helpful, right? As an individual, for myself, it'd be super helpful, but also as a team, If everyone could have this kind of language, there would be greater productivity, greater innovation, greater creativity, and we're gonna make some good changes not only in ourselves, but also in our organization. So the Change Your Mind, Create New Results workshop will help you learn practical tools to reduce stress and find balance, hands-on exercises and tools to experience real progress, and science-based methods for personal empowerment and growth. So in this 12 to 15 hour workshop, we go through 5 modules, and I'm gonna take you through quickly those 5 modules, and Dr. Joe Dispenza joins us throughout each of these modules via video. But before I go any further, I want to ask, are there any questions of anything or comments of anything I've shared so far? No? Okay, we'll go on. So we teach 2 models in the introduction. The first model is your personality creates your personal reality. And your personality in this work, we say, is made up of how you think, how you act, and how you feel. So the present personality sitting here today called you has created the present personal reality called your life. And most people want to change their lives without them themselves changing, and it just doesn't work. If you want to create a new personal reality in your life, you've got to create a new personality. And that means that you've got to change how you think, how you act, and how you feel. So if you keep thinking the same thoughts and doing the same actions and feeling the same way, you are going to stay the same present self, the old self. And all of us would like an upgrade, right? All of us are like, we could be a little better tomorrow than we were yesterday. So if we start thinking some new thoughts and acting in a new way and feeling in a new way, then we're going to create a new future for ourselves, a new version of ourselves. So what we do in this work is we build a model, we show how it works, we apply it to John or Jane Smith because it's always easier to see in someone else than it is to see in ourselves. And then we turn that model around and say, okay, how does it impact your life? And we build a model and then we share with one another. So it's a very interactive workshop that really we're learning not only from me or from Dr. Joe, but from one another, because one of your colleagues or one of the other workshop participants is going to say something that triggered you in a way that me or Dr. Joe might not have, right? So the second model that the rest of this workshop is based on is if you keep thinking the same thoughts, you're going to make the same choices. Those same choices are going to produce the same actions and behaviors. Those same actions and behaviors are going to create the same experiences in your life, and those same experiences are going to create the same feelings and emotions in your neurocircuitry, your neurobiology, your hormones, and even your gene expression stays the same because you're the same. And then those feelings and emotions are going to cycle back around to influence those very same thoughts. And it's this loop that happens over and over and over again. So if you are frustrated, and you're feeling frustrated, and then you show up at work and so comes up to you and something happens and you're feeling even more frustrated, right? It just builds upon one another. Whereas if you wake up tomorrow morning and you're like, I'm gonna start thinking some new thoughts. I'm gonna think about gratitude for 10 minutes and see if that could change my biology. And you start thinking some new thoughts based on gratitude, that's gonna create new choices in your life because you're gonna keep looking for the rest of that day for that gratitude. And those new choices are gonna lead to new actions and behaviors. And maybe you've fallen off by lunchtime and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna close the door to my office or I'm gonna take a walk and I'm just gonna think about gratitude for 10 minutes because I felt better this morning than I did 10 minutes ago. Right? And then you're going to create some new experiences in your life. And those new experiences are going to lead to new feelings and emotions. And those new feelings and emotions are going to cycle back around to influence those very same thoughts. So this is the thinking, feeling loop that happens over and over and over again. And when you get your body involved, game on, right? So Eric Kandel, who was a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, found something really interesting. He saw that if you learned a new piece of information and reviewed it for 1 hour, the neurological connections double in your brain. But what's interesting about this is if you don't review it, if you don't go over it, if you don't practice it, it prunes away within hours, days, or weeks, and then it's gone. Unless you have a high emotion around it. So I bet everyone sitting here right now could tell me exactly where they were when they heard about on 9/11, right? Because there was a high emotion set to that. You could also probably tell me, for those of you that are married, exactly what happened on your wedding day, what you ate, all that kind of stuff, because there was a happy emotion that was connected to it. So it's emotion, period, positive or negative. So then we go into the second module, which is our 3 brains. And we all know we only have one brain, but the 3 aspects of our brain, the neocortex, the limbic brain, and the cerebellum. And these 3 brains take us from the neocortex, which is our thinking brain, the limbic brain, or our chemical brain, which is the doing brain, and then finally the cerebellum, which is the being brain. You don't ever have to tell your right foot to step on the gas, right? I'm like, wait a minute, does that still work here? Thank you for so much. So you don't ever have to tell your right hand to turn on the blinker, right? It just is automatic. So that's when your being brain knows how to do it better than your life. So these 3 brains take you from thinking to doing to being, philosopher to initiate to master, from knowledge to experience to wisdom, and from knowing it with your head, applying it with your hands, and finally knowing it by heart. So I want to show you what's happening in your brain. I'll go back for you. There you go. Let me see if I can get you. Some of them I can, some of them, yeah. So this is what's happening in your limbic brain every single time you have a thought. Oh. And I'm not going to do the whole thing because of time, because I'm running out of time. But I'm going to just show you a little bit of this animation. So here you have, I am angry. My boss is unfair. I am underpaid. I am unappreciated. And all of these thoughts start firing and wiring in your head. Can you relate, right? And then these gangs of neurons produce a certain level of mind. And they all start to fire and wire together, and then they send a message to your neocortex, and your neocortex produces neopeptides, and those neopeptides are then sent to your limbic brain, and your limbic brain, which is your chemical brain, says, I am angry. And then it sends neuropeptides down your spinal cord to your adrenals, and then your body is flooded with these angry hormones. And then your body is involved. And when your body is involved, ante up. Here we go again. And so now you're going to start, your adrenals start squirting out all these hormones that make you feel more and more angry and stressed out and frustrated. And then it sends a message right back up your spinal cord to your neocortex, to your brain. And now you're going to be even more angry. I'm going to write a nasty email, right? And this happens over and over and over again. The opposite is true as well. If you're in love, if you're joyful, if you're happy, if you're excited, the same thing happens. But instead of your limbic brain sending a message down to your adrenals and being flooded with those stress hormones, your limbic brain sends a message to your heart, and your heart floods your body with all of those beautiful chemicals. Your frontal lobe is your creative center. And the next module, module 3, is in order to change, we have to think greater than our environment. Okay, so what does it mean to think greater than your environment? I wake up this morning, I've focused on gratitude. I'm happy today, and on my way to work, I don't know, the dog gets out and I have to run after the dog, or I'm on my way to work and there's traffic, or whatever those things are you going to let your environment mess up your good mood? Or are you going to be so strong within yourself that even though all that stuff is happening, you're good? right? And most of us allow our environment to dictate how we feel inside, whereas we have to get so strong within ourselves that we don't let any of that chatter take us off of what is really good for us. I was on my way here yesterday and I couldn't find my passport. And I knew where it was, and it was not where I knew it was. And I went into panic. I'm at the Miami airport. I'm about to get on a plane and I can't find my passport. And I'm like, okay, Faith, you know that you teach these tools. Put to practice the tools. Breathe. You know, and from that level of mind, I could do what I needed to do in a calm manner. But from the other level of mind, I was just going to create more stress and fear pumping through my body. You see what I mean? And that happens to every single one of us. Then we have to be greater than our body and greater than our time. Now, according to psychology, 70% of our thoughts are negative. Does that surprise you guys? That's a really large number, right? But we get addicted to the stress hormones. And then those stress hormones reinforce our egos and remind us of who we think we are. But we don't want to be that person. We want to be the person that brings, love and light, right? So there is something called the piano player experience. This is something that Harvard did. Thank you. I was just about to look, so thank you so much. So Harvard took a group of people and divided them into 3. The first group was the control group, and the control group learned no new piece of information. The second group was a group that was taught how to do one-handed scales while sitting at the piano or a keyboard and physically practicing. They practiced for 2 hours a day for 5 days a week for the first week, and they took functional brain scans at the end of every day for each of the 3 groups. The third group was a mental rehearsal group. This group only imagined playing the keys. They never moved their fingers. They were taught, but they sat on their hands or they did whatever, but they closed their eyes and they thought about practicing those one-handed scales. So in this work, we talk about mental rehearsal, which is repeatedly imagining performing an action. Now, what they found was incredible. When you look at their functional brain scans on day 1, this is the control group here, okay? Down at the bottom is the control group. This is the mental rehearsal group, and this is the physical group, okay? But you can see that in each of the regions of the brain, it's exactly the same. But look what happens day 2. The physical, the control group, the exact same. The physical rehearsal and the mental rehearsal, almost the same. Not the same, but very close within it, even though one physically practiced and one did not. Look what happens day 3. Day 4. Look at day 5. I mean, that's incredible. So your mind does not know the difference between actually experiencing an event or thinking about it. So what do you go over every single day over and over and over and over and over again? Do you focus on health and wellness and love and gratitude and all that? Or are you frustrated and impatient and not loving life? Because your body does not know the difference between the brain actually only thinking it or actually experiencing it. Because I only have probably about 2 minutes left, I'm gonna just forget the PowerPoint and just take you through the next 4 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna keep going real quick. So the brain does not know the difference. To the brain and the body, it's all the same. So there are 4 elements to changing our brain. The first is instruction, the second is practice, attention, and finally, the 4th is repetition. And we can physically change our brains and bodies just by thought alone. So, we live in 2 states of mind. We are every moment either living in stress and survival or we're living in creation. And in this work, we say survival is equal to living in stress. And stress is when the mind and the body are knocked out of homeostasis. It's when the mind and body are knocked out of balance. Remember the energy depletion in the beginning of this? This is what we're talking about. And then finally, the last Yeah, we're going to have to skip that one. The last section of this is brainwaves to the future. So beta, we're all in beta, regular beta brainwaves levels right now. If I were to tell you, okay, you guys are going to have to take a test in 5 minutes, and if you don't get everything right that I just taught you, I'm putting your name up on the board to see, for everyone to see that you failed. You'd kind of perk up a little bit. You'd be like, I'm going to start taking some notes, right? And you're in mid-range beta. But high beta is when someone has done something that has hurt you or pissed you off, and you have no access to reason in that moment. Please don't ever send an email. Please don't ever have that conversation with that person, because every single one of us have said things that we wish we never would have said, right? So when you're in high beta, the amazing thing is that amygdala in your brain is going off. And what someone should have taught us when we were children was that it only takes 90 seconds to 3 minutes to turn that off. All you have to do is start breathing slower and deeper than you normally do, heart-focused breathing. And when you do that heart-focused breathing for 90 seconds to 3 minutes, the amygdala is shut off because your body knows it's safe. Then alpha brainwave patterns. Alpha brainwave patterns is when you go into that creative space. It's that twilight between sleep and wakefulness. Then we go into theta. Theta is when you can receive information, and it kind of it bypasses reason, and we get to store in and override that subconscious thing. And then we go into mental rehearsal. So that's the Change Your Mind, Create New Results workshop. And I wanted to share with you guys, I wasn't able to go through each of these, but if you all are interested, I'm not going to be able to show this. How many minutes? Do I have 2? 1 minute left? Okay, I'm showing the animation. I think it's 1 minute. Is this not our problems when we focus on it? Don't they multiply? And our problems get out of control when all we're doing is focusing on it, right? It just takes over our lives. But when we surrender and we go inside and we start to focus on something, our breath, that slow, focused breathing, we can have a different experience. And then we have access to greater understanding and level of mind, because even though all this is going on in the world around us and outside us, it's not impacting how we feel inside. And then we're able to have access to peace. Even though that problem is still there, but we're able to address it from a different level of mind. So if you all would like to have more information about this program, if you'd like to set up a time to have a deeper conversation with me about it, please fill out the QR code. It's just 5 questions. It won't take long, but this will be something that will allow you to set up a time to talk about what your organizational needs or your personal needs are. Tomorrow evening, we're doing an introductory workshop. Some of the stuff, though, you just went through, what I'm going to do tomorrow night. But if you know of anybody in your life that you're like, I think they'd really appreciate this, I also have some business cards that I will pass out and share with you guys in case you'd like to share my information with anyone. I'm on email and WhatsApp. and I'll be here for the next week. If you could just take a few and pass them around. You know, I had the incredible bounty of coming and training the executive leadership for the Central Bank of Barbados in October. And because of that, I got invited to this. And I'm working with Dr. Janelle on some workshop trainings. Yeah, so I hope to be back often. And so even if you may not have be interested in having me come to work with your organization, but you're interested in like taking the workshop personally, I will be coming back. So any questions? I know we're out of time, but any questions? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I really feel like we need to teach our children this, because if our children learned this information, then their subconscious mind would always be to revert to the positive instead of the negative. And most of us were taught to always catastrophize, to always prepare for the worst case scenario. And unfortunately, what we do when we do that is we attract that to us.
Two years ago, I was forced to learn this behavior because I was actually getting sick from stress. And I thought it was like, oh, allergic reaction to something. And I was just getting hives constantly, but I was under a lot of stress. And one day I decided to just feed my mind only positive energy, and everything surrounding it, whether it was what I read, who I engaged with, what I did at work, how I respond. Immediately, all the hives stopped coming and the medication was over, and it was just such a big difference. I find now that I can control my emotions a lot better. I go into my little Zen place and I say, am I going to respond to this or not? And as you mentioned earlier, not responding when your brain is in that kind of heightened beta state, then yeah, definitely it works. Yes.
It was really good to hear you say that earlier. Only last week, we had a meeting with a member of staff and she didn't realize she was being rude by her responses. And then it was like, anytime you feel like that, control your emotions. Just take a step back, take a deep breath, count backwards, and then refresh, reset, and then you speak. You know, even if you say, okay, I would like to speak on this later, you know, but do not respond in that emotion. Yes, do not. Do not.
I had a situation just last week where I accidentally double billed someone, which I would never do. Like it's so beyond my comprehension how I could have done that. And I went into high beta and my body was like my heart, everything. And I said to the person, I said, I have no idea what's going on here, but I'm out of balance. I was like, can I do some research and call you back in an hour? Because like I would never double bill anyone. Like, and I can't imagine that I did this, but from what you're showing me, it looks like I did, but I can't think straight because my body is out of balance. And thank God he was like, okay, call me in an hour. And I did the research and I prayed about it. I meditated on it. And actually in my meditation, I was shown how I did what I did. And then I could call my client back and say, this is what happened and this is how it happened. And this is how I'm going to make it right. Wiring you money in an hour, you know, or in 5 minutes when we get off the phone, you know. So, but when we make those decisions in the moment, we dig our grave more and more and more. Yeah.
I was saying it's ironic that this was the session, because this morning when I came in, that was a conversation that I was having with another colleague in terms of framing the mind. And people don't recognize that emotions are embodied. So everything will happen. Everything that you say, everything you do, everything you think, it impacts you in some way. And similarly to Kelly, you know, I had that hives reaction. And I was like, what is going on? And I know it was a very, very intense situation. And while in the back of my mind, I was thinking that this is not impacting me, like I'm getting through this, it was manifesting itself in a lot of other different ways. So it's very, very, you don't realize the strength that your mind has over, your subconscious mind that is, has on what the things that you do.
Thank you. What beautiful last words. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sharing a room together. We are going to wrap up very quickly. I hope you are staying true to, well, I guess it doesn't matter. We don't have to stay true to our groups, but we do want to hear from the groups. Okay, so as we are settling in to get ready to close, as I mentioned, when you scan the QR code that's on the table for the tabletop, you will see that there is a feedback link. We want you to click on that link and please share your feedback for today's event. Let us know what you think. All right, folks, so please feel free to do that as we settle back into the space. Oh, yes. I don't know if you heard, but there was a missing phone in the room. And for your lost and found, in case you were anxious and needed to drown away your sorrows, we wanted to give this to you as a reminder to keep your tacklings together. Let's give you a round of applause. Okay. All right, so now we want to, as I said before, people didn't like to see me come in. I felt like the Grim Reaper in some sessions, just lurking to say 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But we did try to stick to time, and we do also respect how busy you are, how crucial you are to your organizations or to yourself. So we also feel obligated to get you out in time. However, we do have a few minutes with which we would like to hear some of the things that were shared in your group, some of the key takeaways that we all can benefit from. But let me, before I do that, say thank you to our team leads, Rianne. Let's give a big shout out to Rianne, to Emily, to Lynn, and to Dwayne. So let's hear from these groups. I'd like to have a representative from Group A, Productive Disruptors. Tell me something that you found interesting in your set of workshops. Any productive disruptor? Not all at once. Who wants to share? Group A.
you identify, here we go. Dion has you covered.
I should have shot my wolf. Anyhow, that change management and implementation are one and the same. That's one of our nuggets. Another one of our nuggets was, what was the first session? That we can find data in places that we didn't think about. The potholes was a real great example. And then our last session with Corinne, that's how you pronounce your name, I just found that to be full of nuggets. We were able to actually take what she said this morning, I'll start to work through some of our changes, and it's very interesting to go down to that level and understand just how much we have to pay attention to when we're implementing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Yes. And you had your eye on the prize and you did receive. See? Amen. Yes. Let's move on to Group B, Strategy Mavericks. What are your key takeaways? Any representatives from Strategy Mavericks who want to share? Y'all are quick on the draw, huh? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We would have done the same with Group A, and yes, the potholes were very interesting. You have to look at, when you gather information, the many ways that it can be utilized and shared, and you can make profit from those said things. Our second one was legislation, which was quite interesting and formed a lot of conversation in our group. Knowing the legislation, understanding it, and interpreting it the correct way is quite important. And then our third session with Ms. Janelle reminded us how much you can gain from an employee by helping to take care of not only the employee that comes to work, but the mental and the health of that employee. You can have times 6, what is it? You can get six times the output, 6 times profit, essentially, from being able to assist and understand that employee. And remember, if you're in a company with 300, there are 300 plus worlds that you will be interacting with. Yeah?
Good. Thank you so much for sharing. All right. Next up, we have Group C, Agility Collective. Group C. Thank you so much, Carolyn. Just ready to go. Appreciate that.
Strategy is the pinnacle of all you want to do and relies on technology, people, and policy. And we have to look at people analytics as preventative maintenance, and it has to be proactive, one. The second session, emerging risks are not obstacles. They are invitation to innovate. I think that was the last thing that we learned, and it stuck with me. We heard a lot in relation to risk, but that last comment from Gail was what really, really reinforced everything that she said. And the last session was emotions are embodied, and they impact everything that you do. And your subconscious mind has a lot more going on than your conscious mind, and we need to change our thinking, to change our mind, to change everything, to change the way we want to be to get results. That's
excellent.
In summation.
Thank you so much. I may have a bias, but I think people in comms, people in PR, just communicate so wonderfully. I don't know. I don't know where that comment is coming from, but I do say that. Wow, what is even happening? And finally, Innovators Hub, as I move quickly along. Innovators Hub, who wants to share? Dion, give me time chat, so. This is group D, the final group. You have a hand.
Thank you. Primarily from our last session, I think it's quite imperative and eye-opener, especially for me, that you choose the right messenger in your strategies. It can really make a difference. And the other interesting point was, there are good conflicts, and there's a lot you can, if you just listen and not just see conflicts as in conflicts and be negative, you can derive a lot of good from conflicts.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on that note of thank you, we want to say a huge, huge thank you, lots of gratitude to our sponsors. For today, as we wrap up, Pace Digital, Amron Services, 29 Degrees Institute, and HerMap, who served as our special sponsors for the event. We also want to thank our speakers, especially those who would have traveled from overseas to be with us. We really appreciate all of your insights. We really learned a lot today, didn't we? Yes, yes. We also want to thank the technical team, the event and culinary team here at Wyndham, the team at Chadderton, especially Therese, and of course, she wrote this, so she didn't thank herself, but we also owe huge thanks to Dion, the brain, the founder. No, I'm the timekeeper. I'm the OG timekeeper, but I'll let her have her moment now. We also want to thank you, the participants. Nothing like this is even possible without your vibes, without your energy, and you really brought it today. We would not have had such a great time had you not been who you are, so we say thank you. And also the volunteers, other staff at Wyndham, everyone and anyone who made this event possible, we just want to say a huge, huge thank you. Now, for those of you who want to challenge your ability to grow on purpose, look no further than your table. Please feel free to take the plants and challenge yourself from today onward. Grow on purpose. And with that, we say good evening. And the plants are kale and basil. Kale and basil. So grow on purpose today, friends. Grow on purpose today. Have a great evening and a great rest of your week. Thank you.